Thank you very much. The DA now is back from their caucus. Let me invite the whip of the DA to report back to council the outcome of their caucus. Councillor Kavenda. Please assist us with the sound, the microphone. Ayizwakalwa ngempela. Do we have a roving mic? At least while we are sorting the sound, please assist us with the roving mic. It's closed. Is your mic working, Deputy Mayor?
Yes. No. I think we have a challenge.
Okay. Let's use the roving mic while we are sorting the sound. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just to report that we had required a caucus because we received some clarity on the item. We are satisfied with the clarity that we've received and we are ready to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kavenda. I'm worried if the microphones are not working, but let me allow Dr. Mnguni to read the item before I invite speakers. Dr. Mnguni?
Thank you, Babu Speaker. The first item, 1.1.
Let me finish with item first. Dr. Mnguni?
Request to procure vehicles for security and protection services. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you. I've got speakers on the list. I will invite those speakers. Councillor Mngwango? Can you assist Councillor Mngwango with the roving mic, please, while we are sorting the sound? In the meantime, let's have team that move with the roving mic.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, ordinarily, when you do your report, you will tell the council if we've got new members. So I see there's a new member. I'm not sure it's a new member or not. Who, I don't know whether we should refer as Mr. Klaba or Councillor Klaba. So you didn't tell us as councillors. We're a new member. So I think it's a matter of procedure, Speaker.
Order.
And whenever you do your noting, you did note the fact that there were councillors who left this council, but ordinarily you'll tell us if a new member, and I think it's fair for councillors. We can't have someone sitting in the chamber. We don't know whether it's a councillor or not. I think it's a fair request to tell us whether do we have a new member or not.
Thank you. Order. Before I invite the speakers, Councillor Mngwango, that is a discretion of the speaker to do that. Thank you. Let me invite Councillor Kubisa from DA and McPherson, the first two speakers, on item 1.1, page 5. Councillor Kubisa? It's becoming difficult for us to proceed. Technical team with microphones that are not working. Can I be assisted with a microphone in the meantime while I'm trying to get the report on what is happening with the sound system? Let me have the microphone to Councillor Kubisa.
Honourable Speaker, greeting to you, members of Council. Speaker, let me first express our disappointment from the city fleet through you, Speaker. We requested for the detailed report for the vehicles as far from the month of April. And at that time, the sole reason was the need in connection with the national and provincial elections, which is now keeps on changing. However, we do believe in a continuation of service delivery, and if this request is for assisting in a continuation of service delivery, we therefore support the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McPherson. Thank you very much, Councillor Kambule.
Sibonge Speaker. Besifuna ukunxusa indlu kuba le item ibuyiselwe emumva ukuze sizothola kahle ama details wonke as ama members of the committee eraisile ukuthi information eningi awayitholanga breakdown, so sifuna ukunxusa le ndlu ukuthi le item ayibuyiselwe emumva. Siyabonga.
Okay, there's a proposal for a reference back to the committee, but I don't see the forms in front of me signed, seconded for the reference back in terms of our procedure. May I have the reference back form so that we deal with that proposal? Councillors, Councillor Kambule, while you are drafting that reference back, there's a request from the technical team to adjourn for 5 minutes for them to be able to reset the sound system. It means they can't fix it while we are using it. There is a technical problem they are reporting to me. We are therefore going to take 5 minute adjournment while we are waiting for the sound to be fixed. Let's cancel adjourn for 5 minutes. The amendment is on page 5, item 1.1. The proposal is to refer the item back to the committee. Is signed by Councillor Kambole, seconded by Councillor Kaula. Therefore, the reference back proposal is in compliance. Order. Where's Belinda? Let me deal with the reference back first before I take hands. I see Councillor Nkosi, your hand is up, and Councillor Kavenda. Then I will take those hands after I'm done with this item. I want us to deal with item first. Councillor Kavenda, you insist you want to address me before, right? Yes.
Because it's just a matter of the numbers of the board. I don't think it is reflective of the numbers that we would have before we adjourn, particularly in the benches opposite us. I don't think the numbers there are what's in the board. Can you please ask the secretary to comment?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. If there's such concern, the Secretariat will address that issue so that numbers on the board reflect numbers of councillors who are in the venue. Right, let me check, please close the door. We are now voting. No one comes in, no one will go out. Or you want to address me? Oh, okay. Councillor Mngango, then Councillor Nkosi.
Madam Speaker, it goes back to the question I asked earlier. We are now voting. We have someone in the chamber. We don't know whether the councillor or not. I'm asking the Speaker to tell us whether Mr. Saba is a councillor or not in this council. We don't know. We see someone in the chamber. Imagine if someone can come next to me here without telling you whether he's a councillor or not. Can you inform the council? You can't tell us to do this question. You must inform us whether Mr. Saba is a councillor in this chamber or not, because he's sitting in the instant with us. Now we're voting. He's counted as a councillor. We don't know whether he's a councillor or not. Take out the confidence as councillors. What is going on, is a councillor or not? We can't just vote without someone to know whether it's councillor or not.
Okay, Councillor Nkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for this official Honourable Speaker, on the nature of procedure, this is the first of its kind. You have never done it. What Councillor Mngango is raising is genuine. Whenever there is a new member in the council, you always introduce and we welcome that member. Why this time around? What is it that we are hiding?
Okay.
Just do right things.
I will respond to the question. Councillor Mngango and Councillor Nkosi, I was not avoiding your question because I don't want to respond. In terms of the plan, the report that I've prepared, it went to ESCO with all the details about the composition of council for noting. That report is coming. Councillor Nkosi, you know, you were part of the executive committee meeting in the morning. That report is coming to as a supplementary agenda. Now, that matter was reported and noted to council, to the executive committee for it to be brought to council. But I can confirm that, yes, Councillor Cyril Xaba is a councillor in the eThekwini municipality. We have replaced Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda. Everything has been followed. He is here because he's a councillor in the list of the ANC. I can confirm that, but the plan was to officially cover that in a report that has been brought to the executive yesterday. Later. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Speaker, let's
Thank you very much.
introduce him, Speaker.
Order.
Speaker.
Order. Thank you very much. Councillors, please close the door. We are dealing now with the reference back. Order, Councillor Nkosi. Councillor Pekte. Order.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yeah.
And before we go further, I just want to build on what you said, because the door is now open, on that report that you just mentioned about the inclusion of the councillor or the new member. There was also in the report a vacancy, and there was also certain actions that were going to take place today about a voting process. Now, one would have to ask if you're going to add that onto the tail end of this meeting, one would have seen that you put that in the front, so that would guide us towards the procedure, instead of bringing it at the end of it and saying, well, because at this stage, I don't know, maybe the IEC is still going to arrive, maybe we're still going to have an election today, I don't know. But I think for clarity, because that was for some reason also an in-committee meeting or in-committee item, which we would also have to ask why. There's no secret about vacancies in any of it, because it's a procedure. When one vacates, a vacancy arrives.
Yeah.
And I would really request that maybe we
Councillor Pekte, you're out of order. Councillor Pekte.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Pekte, out of order. I just allowed you to speak, but I can see listening that you are out of line. Councillor Mnganga was in order, and Councillor Nkosi to ask that question, because we are about to vote. But what now we are bringing is out of order. But those questions will be answered as we proceed with our council meeting. You know very well, because you are part of the executive committee. The report you are referring to is not in council now, it's coming with the supplementary agenda. We will then respond accordingly when time has arrived. Thank you. Councillors, those who are in support of the reference back, please raise your board and make sure that we are counted. Raise your hands, those who support that the item 1.1 be referred back to the committee.
GNU. Izalwa zase 93.
Thank you very much. Those who are in support, those who are voting against, I'm sorry. Those who are voting against the reference back, please raise your board.
GNU. What a marriage. What a
Thank you very much. Are you?
So much FOMO in this.
Sorry. The team is saying they have not yet concluded to count.
No, it's obvious. GNU has won.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Oh, no, how busy.
Councillor Mthethwa.
Hey, yabuhlungu inhliziyo yami mama Mcele. Yabuhlungu inhliziyo yami mama Mcele, sehla senyuka mama Mcele sikhiphe imoto, sikhiphela lezalukwazi zase 93. Zithi ziyovotela iANC. Kanti siphike imoto zeANC nje soxhashazwa izalukwazi ziyovotela iMK. Hey, angikaze ngibone into enje. Sazakhohlakala izalukwazi kodwa uThixo uzobona sesifide sayifida izalukwazi e93. Khona ngisho bengisigijimisa ama-food parcel mina.
Order.
Bajabulo to sit.
Sifike kanjani la?
Order. GA, please confirm your votes.
Sanilize alukwazi.
TA is for the reference back.
Councillors, yazi ukuthi angisezwa manje kana kusebenzeki la. Ngibanga umsindo please. Please, Councillor, please. No. PRM, please confirm your votes.
PRM abstains in this one.
Okay. Now, are we done now with those who are in support? Yeah, those who abstain, please raise your hands. Those who abstain.
Freedom Front Plus, GNU, Orania.
Again, bring the number up. You are wasting my time. Again, bring the numbers. About voting. Is CA present in the meeting?
Mr. Speaker, TA is for the reference back.
Mr. Speaker, the TA is part of the patriotic front.
Yeah, thank you. Those who are in support is 28. Those who are against, 161. Those who abstain, 5. Councillors, there's a matter that I want to address. I've been patient enough. Lo mdlalo odlalwa amakhansela ANC nawe EFF must come to an end now. Please. This is a council meeting. Respect this meeting. Lo mdlalo senudlale kakhulu nginibukile. We are being destructive. ANC councillors and EFF councillors. If you came here not prepared to do the work, and say obsessed in our election, go back and campaign for elections. We are in council meeting today. We are wasting our time. We are being destructive. ANC councillors and EFF councillors, please behave. Please behave. Thank you very much. Let me continue with the list of my speakers. Councillor Kambule, you are next.
Captured, Speaker.
Thank you. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. In the Finance Committee, the Freedom Front Plus supported this item in the interest of expediting service delivery. As we understand the challenges facing supply chain management and the current crime and security challenges within the eThekwini. Also with an increase in formal settlements that the Land Invasion Unit cannot contain. We and other parties requested a breakdown of where these vehicles were going to be used. As in the Finance Committee, it was said that these were for security and protection services. This, in my view, will include the Land Invasion Unit, the Fire and Emergency Services, Metro Police, VIP protection, to name a few. However, we have not received this breakdown. Although the DA used our support of the item to spread false media in an attempt to tarnish our image. Our city fleet has increased from 7,914 vehicles in January to 9,278 in May, an increase of 1,364 vehicles.
Your time is
On
up.
an average,
Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Action SA can't support such expenditure because it's not clear whom exactly this vehicle will purchase for and who exactly will be protected. We have no breakdown in terms of how these vehicles will be utilized. On the same agenda, Honourable Speaker, there's a budget of 200 million to purchase vehicles. It's not clear whether those vehicles are part of protection unit or not. Now, we feel that the GNU government is trying to dump money on purchasing vehicles without really a clear plan. We understand we are going towards an end of the financial year, but as Action SA, we can never support a recommendation that seek to protect individuals while residents of eThekwini are out there fighting crime alone, paying for private securities while you protect your councillors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Isop.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP understands that there is a crisis within eThekwini when it comes to basic service delivery. We also understand that when basic service delivery is being executed in various communities, there is a challenge of safety and security. But in saying that, Speaker, the reality is that eThekwini at this moment in time is not prioritizing its budget to ensure that people that are challenged with basic services such as water, such as refuse, such as electricities are being listened to and where their challenges are being addressed. At this moment in time, we seem to be soothing, some of the challenges rather than addressing some of the challenges of basic service delivery. The ACDP cannot support this item because the item does not give us a planned detail on how the resources are going to be prioritized to ensure we actually bring services to the people rather than ensure lives of our councillors are protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. One, let me say the issue of security in our city, it's very important to us. And we must make sure that in every aspect that we are dealing with, the security must put first. Our employees cannot be able to use such an old vehicles that we are having now. And we agreed as an ANC councillors and the committee at large that we need to renew or to purchase the new vehicles to ensure that we are able to keep our employees to do the work that was given by the people to render service in our city. So we agreed to have these new vehicles being purchased, and those who think that we are wasting money are the ones who always came out in their media and saying our city is not safe. So now if we want to strengthen our security cluster, and now they became saying we are wasting money. So as an ANC, we are supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mieni, Acting Mayor.
Thank you, Somlomo. I think it's paramount that when we deal with such issues, we also refer in some of the challenges that we always encounter. The issue of buying cars, as the National Freedom Party, we agree, and we are saying that it's also important that when we move forward, we also zoom into the issue of how can we improve our asset management, because we have been saying that the state of our cars is not right. We have been saying the issues of cars also hinder the service delivery. So we are here today saying that these cars must be purchased, but acting city manager, we want to see the plan and the action on how are we going to make it a point that we account for these cars, because at the end of the day, if these cars cannot be accounted for, that's where the challenge or the problem will start. We support the item. I thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? No. Okay, thank you. Let me have the screen, please. Close the doors, no movement. We are now voting on item 1.1, page 5, but the recommendations are on page 6. Let me start with those who are voting in support of the recommendations. Those who are in support.
GNU.
GNU. GNU. Our GNU.
It will end in tears.
As usual.
Ifisi.
Kuzobaleka umasingcwabisane.
Abathing.
Kodwa ngoSteve Biko.
Kade naniqeshwe imali lapha nina. No one is safe.
Yeah, siyabonga kakhulu. Ngahle izandla, those who are voting against.
Progressive forces.
Progressive forces.
We have taken the DA position of official opposition as ATM.
I repeat, no one here is safe.
Yeah, say that. Thank you. Those who abstain. Those who abstain, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Those who are in support, the number is 167. Those who are voting against, the number is 32. Those who abstain, the number is 0. Therefore, the recommendations on page 6 will be carried through. Thank you very much. City Manager, next item.
Thank you. Thank you, Babu Speaker. The next item is on page 7. Item 2.1, sundry granting aid distribution for 2023-24 financial year. Committee recommends.
Siyabonga kakhulu Dr. Mnguni, isikhulumi sokuqala kuleli phuzu suka kwi-IFP ukansela uNtshazela alandela ukansela uMncwango kungene uGumede kube sekuba ukansela uHlengwa nemzuzwana ayibolekwe iKZNI kanye neJEP kugcine ukansela uShaba weANC asihambe ke ngalowo luhla. Kansela Ntshazela.
Speaker, all members of council, I agree to all. Speaker, I would like to ukudlulisa lo mbiko ukuthi we do support the item and inhle kakhulu ngokusiza ama NGOs kanye noma ama NPOs, but uma ngibuka noma ngibhekisisa lapha ku 2.1.2 ngolwazi esinalo thina njenge IFP ku 2.1.2 utshengisa ukuthi lo mbiko obikwa la into esazokwenzeka while we know ukuthi into esidlulile. Mhlambe ngakuhle ukuthi uvela ukhishwe straight kule item uma kuukuthi uyalethwa ulethe with section 36 ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mngwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We were going to raise the same argument with the previous speaker. While we support the actual recommendation, but we are concerned about the fact that already the forms are out for the NPOs to submit their applications, which we have no problem with. At the same time, we wanted to get some clarity on the issue of an event. We see the council want to spend more than 200,000 on an event, where the event took place or not. If it already took place, then we must then change the recommendation. It can't be as if it's still coming when it's already done. So I think it should form part of an amendment where it's for noting, because we can't approve something that's already taken place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mngwango. Councillor Kumete.
Asibonge somlomo njenge ACDP samukele umbiko omuhle futhi esubonayo ukuthi uza nosizo oluzosiza imphakathi yakithi, especially njengoba sazi ukuthi kunezimo eziningi eziaffect umphakathi. So lolu hlelo oluqhamuka nomasipala wethu noma oluqhamuka nomkhandlu wethu ukuthi libonelele kuma organization noma kulabo abantu abenza izikhungo ezisiza umphakathi, uhlelo oluhle kakhulu. Njengeqembu leACDP siyalisupport lolu hlelo futhi siyathemba ukuthi luzofinyelela kubantu abafanelekile ngempela ukuthi basizakale kulo. Sibonile ke ekwezinye indawo njengakoThongathi ekade kufikwenzeka khona itornado, lolu hlelo olunje belidingakala kakhulu ukuthi kube khona ama organization afinyelela kubantu la umasipala othola ukuthi akafinyeleli khona. Siyabonga kakhulu somlomo.
Thank you, Councillor Hlengwa.
As an opposition party of the against the GNU, the DA-led GNU, the thieves of our forefathers' land, the masters of the IFP and ANC alike.
Speaker. Councillor Hlengwa, please confine yourself to the item that we are discussing.
No, Speaker, that's not enough.
Please.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor.
Councillor Hlengwa has directly referred to the DA as the thieves of his land. Can you please ask him to withdraw that?
Didn't mention any
Because it
name.
cannot be that he's just told to confine himself to the item.
Order.
Defending.
Order.
Who are you defending?
That can't be allowed.
Order, councillors. Allow Mthetho to finish.
I'm done. I'm saying please ask Councillor Hlengwa to withdraw what he has said about the DA.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mthetho, you see what I'm trying to avoid here. Normally in chambers, when politicians and political parties engage, it is true that it's the responsibility of the speaker to make sure that language, gestures, everything used does not offend another political party. But there are other statements that are being raised sometimes, although they might be seem sensitive or offending or offensive to some of you, but it's unnecessary sometimes to rule to such matters. I do want to explain to you that from where I'm sitting, I don't see anything that can make him to withdraw. But for the fact that, for the fact that I picked up while he was debating that he's moving out of line, then I caution him. I hope now he's going to be back online. Councillor Hlengwa, proceed. And mind your language.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Order, yes.
I just want to get clarity on this. So you are saying Councillor Hlengwa calling us here land thieves. You see nothing wrong with that?
You didn't steal any land.
Order.
You didn't steal any land.
Order. Councillor Mthetho, I have already explained and make a ruling on the matter. Councillor Hlengwa, let's proceed. Hlengwa.
For the sake of the progress, Speaker, let me withdraw
the
Order somlom.
Order.
Order somlom.
Councillor Hlenga, proceed. Order. Councillor Kwala.
Ya kuyamangaza somlomo uma iAPF ino 3 minutes ekubene ayina sihlalo elokwe province ayina sihlalo national. Uyithatha phi lelo kuzana? Yiyo lento emenza delela abanye abantu.
Councillor Kwala.
Awuyichaza.
Councillor Kwala. Unjalo kwenja wena. Siyabona.
as Speaker, Speaker, to cover uKhansela uGwala. We do not have a seat the same way they did not win KZN.
Listen, we are going to forfeit your right to speak because you said to me you want to speak on the item, not to respond to Councillor Kwala. I'm giving you last opportunity to address the matter in the agenda, not other matters. Otherwise, you will forfeit the right to speak. Proceed.
With a very heavy heart, Speaker, we, as the African People First, support this recommendation, but not aligning ourselves with the GNU for obvious reasons of the land that is still sitting in the wrong hands with the people that...
Speaker.
Are you done, Councillor Hlenga?
Speaker.
I'm not Speaker.
Proceed, please conclude.
As
Point
I
of order,
conclude...
Speaker.
Point of order?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, you've just cautioned this member against him speaking out of the item, and here he goes again. He's not
within the
appointed political analyst here, so he must stick to the item.
Councillor Hlenga, you are still on the floor, please.
The item that one align himself with ethinta kakhulu inhliziyo is the early childhood development, ikakhulukazi ey'ngane zethu lezi ey'khulele emalokishini, because I have this dream that one day an African child shall be able to live the same lives as children of other races. So should we not give them this opportunity, they will not grow the same way.
Speaker, point of order.
The point of order?
Councillor Savel.
Yes.
Speaker, it's not correct to plagiarize. When you speak and you are quoting someone else's words, you must not say you. You must say you are quoting from so and so. So the previous speaker he must be able to refer to where he quotes those words. Thank you. I'm going to plagiarize.
Thank you, Councillor Hlenga. Proceed.
It is my dream that one day an African child shall live the same life as children of other races. This is my dream. I'm not quoting, it is my dream. That one day we also will be able to own the land that was once taken from our forefathers. That one day we as Africans are able to participate fully in the economy of this country. So for those very reasons, as African People First, we support this recommendation so that our people are enabled and our children are developed from an early age or early stages. Also, we are praying that the current GNU is able to recognize that when they close NSFAS, they're closing the future of our children. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. There was a question. There was a question that was asked by some councillors whether this program has been implemented already or not, I will request the acting city manager to respond to the question. Dr. Mnguni?
Speaker. Councillor Lushaba.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Before you respond, Councillor Mnguni, let me invite Councillor Lushaba. Please accept our apology for that. Councillor Lushaba.
No, siyabonga Speaker, sibingelele kuwena, sibingelele nasemakhosini nasendlunkulu akubonke amakhansela khona. Cha, njenge-ANC Speaker, sithanda ukusho ukuthi siyalusupporta kakhulu lolu hlelo. Lolu hlelo uhlelo olwenzeka minyaka yonke elusiza kakhulu luxhasa kakhulu ama-NGO nama-NPO la adlala indima enkulu emphakathini yakithi ekutheni abhekelele kakhulukazi inhlangano noma ama-organization asiza abantu kwezemidlalo nakwezinye izinto ezidevelopa imiphakathi yakithi. Siyathanda kakhulu ukuthi njengomasipala sikwazi ukuxhasa kakhulu ama-NGO ukuze imiphakathi yakithi ikwazi ukubenefita kuyona. Sithi ke njenge-ANC aluqhubeke lolu hlelo lube khona sithi i-recommendation le ethi lama beneficiary awu 108 akwazile ukuba ingxenye aqhubeke athole imkomelo yabo ukuze aqhubeke ayokwakha ayosiza imiphakathi yangakithi emakhaya. Siyabonga kakhulu Speaker, siyalusupporta uhlelo.
Siyabonga kakhulu Councillor Lushaba. Dr. Mnguni, please respond to the questions.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. Item 2.1.2, I can confirm that the event has taken place. So therefore, that item should be noted by Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mnguni. It means, Councillor Kuala?
We confirmation ga acting city manager. But no line lapa oti pertaining to an event to be convened.
Which
to
page?
officially distribute.
Which page and paragraph?
Page 8, 2.1.2. Ukuthi singisi phela bese ngidida ngibuye ngisibuze ku council uMadlala. Kodwa uma kuthiwa event to be convened wangitshela uMadlala wathi into esuke isazokwenzeka singakenzeki. Ofuthi mase itablish lana ke kumele si-align somlomo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Kuala. Ngiyayibona le point ube raise page 8 kule paragraph 2.1.2 le part obuyifunda impela ifundeka kanjalo. Kodwa ngizomdedela uMnguni aphendule kodwa ngiyafisa nje ukuthi council ngirefer kuona le agenda ukuthi lo mhlangano ngoJune ngoJune nomhlangano April mhla ka-23 lo owathatha le decision sekudalana kakhulu njengoba manje seku-June April lo mhlangano mhla ka-23 Dr. Mnguni. Thank you. Apologies. I was trying to say to Councillor Kuala, I do note the point is raising on page 8. Paragraph 2.1.2, mainly on the sentence that he was reading, where he was saying pertaining to an event to be convened to officially distribute the grant funding and the details of the event to be confirmed in consultation with the political leadership. That where he is querying. Then I said in my response, Dr. Mnguni will further give more clarification, but I wanted to draw to the attention of council that the item we are discussing was tabled and discussed in the meeting of the executive committee that was on the 23rd of April 2024. And I then said I will then invite Dr. Mnguni to give more response on the question. Dr. Mnguni.
Thank you very much, Babu Speaker. The feedback I'm receiving from the team is that the event did take place and the distribution as well has taken place. So that paragraph then, it means is here for noting. Thank you very much.
Order, Speaker.
Okay, point of order, Councillor Mngwango.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, in terms of the procedure, as you are saying, the ESCO took place in April. Now, ESCO recommend to council have no powers to make decisions outside council. Now, if this council is a final arbiter on items like this, on what ground the expenditure was incurred without the council resolution? If we allow the speaker to continue, it then means we will have many cases where officials will go ahead on a basis of ESCO decision, which then make this council useless body, because it means once the ESCO take a decision, it's a final decision. Now, I just want to get, in terms of the, I'm trying to find my MFMA here, I can't find it here, because I'm trying to understand on what basis that expenditure can incur. I understand that in the absence of council, the mayor can use Rule 28, I think, if I'm not mistaken, to make decisions. Now, in terms of MFMA, are we in compliance? If we are in compliance, then what's the point of bringing matters to council for approval if officials can go ahead without council resolution on such matters? If then we have to do what acting city manager is saying, then it means there must be a formal amendment on this item where we amend, that is for noting. We can't just be told after debate that we just note. That's not a correct process, Honourable Speaker. Can we get a formal amendment that call for amending the resolution so that formally, as council, we note that the event have taken place without authority of council?
Yes, Councillor Mieni, then Councillor Madlala. Thank you, Councillor Mngwango.
Thank you, Speaker. I think one must also acknowledge the fact that this is an old report, as acting CM said, but as we proceed, I propose that we amend it and use Rule 28 so that we will be in order, but we will be guided by legal on what needs to be done so that the resolution will be in accordance. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. One wants to start with an acknowledgement that this matter served in the governance committee. It was approved. It then went to the executive committee. It was approved. But then, due to the non-sitting of council owing to the elections, then the matter did not serve at the council meeting as expected. Now, what does not happen is that when parties, because we were not on recess officially when that happened, it's just that parties were signaling their inavailability for council. Government does not then stop functioning due to the absence of politicians. But that does not mean that we must then. So there was an amendment of the report that was supposed to happen at an administrative level. It did not happen, and this is why we have this confusion. Because the report then, the way it is, it's as if the event has not taken place and expenditure has not been incurred. Now that that has happened, there was supposed to be a paragraph that deals with that, and deals with that in line with the regulations and all the requisite legislation that deals with council approval of or noting of expenditure that has already taken place. If memory serves, actually there were two reports dealing with this specific item. One report was about the Sundry grant distribution, which was going to happen, which had an event. The second report linked to that was for the next round of the applications and to approve the advert and all of those things. Now I acknowledge that there was an amendment that was supposed to happen. We want to apologize to council that it did not happen. I do not sit here and pretend to speak on behalf of officials, but I think I'm duty bound as the chair of the specific committee to apologize on their behalf. And therefore, we are now at the mercy of our legal to then guide us through the process so that we don't find ourselves freestyling as to what needs to happen in terms of this. One is proposing a rule of order 28 while we are in this meeting, and someone is going to propose something else. Maybe I think we should leave that to the advice of legal, so that if all else fails, we can then maybe withdraw the item, because there's no further damage that is going to happen to the item because the expenditure has taken place. It's maybe going to be an irregular expenditure, but it was an expenditure that went to where it was supposed to go. So maybe to be direct, we are then hereby asking for legal to try and get us out of this quagmire. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, councillors, for all your submissions. Councillor Mngango.
Speaker, based on what Councillor Madala have said, maybe before we get legal opinion, I will support that the item be withdrawn and then it come back properly complying with FMA, because currently I don't believe there's any explanation we can get that can comply in this house, because Section 20, Rule 28 could have been used in terms of Rule 28B, where the municipal manager consults with the mayor. I think it may also comply with that, because you wrote to us that we have a recess period for elections. It's what you wrote to us as councillors. So I think that's a recess. But I think I agree with Madala that let's rather withdraw the item, because I don't believe we can make a decision here about this item. But maybe legal can guide us.
Okay. Councillor Pire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tend to agree with Councillor Wango. We must be careful.
Order.
We must be careful that we do not use this as a tick box exercise. We're dealing with legal implications here that impacts on the entire council, and we're also dealing with matters that is testing our ability to take decisions. And I'm not talking about the GNU, which should have been picked up a long time ago. Mr. Speaker, we should be withdrawing this report, get a proper report back to this municipality, and also there needs to be some sort of investigation as to how this sort of expenditure was used without the necessary authority. And Rule of Order 28 was the only way to go in the absence of the municipality, in the absence of council sitting. So I would appreciate that this matter this report be withdrawn accordingly.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for all your submissions. As your request, indeed, it is necessary for us to allow legal to guide council. We will then rule after that. Mr. Njomana.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. We must bear in mind when we discuss reports of this nature that they've got a historical trail. You will recall that at the commencement, before the commencement of this financial year, you approved the budget for a granting aid. So this expenditure was approved by this council. It was included into the SDPIP that was approved by this council. So there is no case of any expenditure that is irregular or unauthorized. So as far as this 5.582 million is concerned, it's got the approval of this council. I think what the report sought to do was to bring to the attention of the council that there was going to be a ceremony to distribute these grants to the beneficiaries. And there was going to be an expenditure associated with that, which was going to be catering, sound, and all other stuff, which comes to just under 200,000. So, which is an administrative decision because it deals with the procurement for the event that has been approved by the council. So, in my view, because there is no unauthorized or irregular
we don't call a point of order while the league
It's
is
not
on
a
the
point of
floor.
order, Somlo.
Let's allow him to finish. I will take your hand after, please. With due respect. Councillor Jomani.
Ngiyabonga somlomo umpephethu.
Yeah, but asikhumbule nje lokuthi umhlongo akalona icouncil. Akufanele menike opinion si order siphazamise ngoba sifuna ukuzwa sonke ukuze sigayide kahle. Ngiyacela nje councillors sikwenze kahle lo ngoba nje ne flow of thought yaphazamiseka. Councillors, please behave. Jomani.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngezwakala. Thank you, Speaker. So the point that I was driving at, I have no issue with the councillors if they are inclined to withdrawing the report so that it can come back properly for noting. I have no problem with that. Or it can be a recommendation be amended to a noting. But as far as the concern about the nature of the expenditure is concerned, I can give you assurance ukuthi it has been properly authorized by this council. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me check Councillor Kuala before we make a ruling. Otherwise, councillors, I've already allowed you to speak on the matter. I support your rule now, but Kuala, I thought there was something pressing while Mhlongo was on the floor. Let me check your hand and your hand alone. Then I will rule.
Umuntu akabonga Somlomo. I think sikwi situation la okumele ngempela sikwazi ukuhlengahlengisa izinto esizikhuluma la. When we seek for legal, sisuke sifuna legal, not debate from legal. Ulegal ukube ube yimina nje isithutha sakwaGwala ubezothi ulokhuzana rule 28 awuchaze la bese asconfine kule lento ngoba isikhalo sethu SIFP sithi le item 2.1.2 bekumele ube item for noting ngo rule of order 28 we MFMA. So le debate ekhona manje asike isidingo sayo kodwa unjomane uzenza ipolitician.
That opinion it was ishilo uqale ngayo lento lokwala.
So
thank you thank you thank you councillors. Let's order let's make a ruling. I'm not checking any more hands. No I'm not checking point of order. Based on the submissions made by councillors who have spoken on the matter and the responses provided by the acting city manager Dr. Mnguni and the guidance or the opinion, from Mr. Mhlongo, head legal. I therefore rule that this item be withdrawn from the council agenda, be brought back in compliance with the rule of order 28, because at the time when this program was implemented, council was on official recess as per the circular issued by the Speaker of Council. I therefore rule. Thank you very much. Councillors, we will now move to the next item, City Manager.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. The next item is on page 8, 2.2. Request for authority to renew eThekwini municipality's membership with the South African Cities Network and the signing of a memorandum of agreement. Committee recommends.
Thank you, councillors. No, they are speakers, I'm sorry. There is Councillor Gupega and Councillor Madlala. Page 8, item 2.3. Councillor Gupega.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Action SA, we believe in transparency and accountability, which when we look at this report and the recommendation, it does not give us full detail on what are the benefits that the council is receiving out of this MOU. And we will support and go through the report once we received it. But at the moment, because it was not supplied to us and we are not aware of the criteria that were made for eThekwini to come to this MOU, we will abstain on this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu Speaker, i-report yokuqhubeka ne-membership yethu ye-South African Cities Network siyayisupporta njenge-ANC. Isisiza kakhulu i-South African Cities Network ngokuthi okokuqala ihlanganisa omasipala ndawonye ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sabelane ngolwazi lokuthiwa phecelezi knowledge sharing. Okwesibili isebenza njenge think tank indawo la omasipala bekwazi bacabanga ndawonye khona bakwazi ukuthi baphawule ezintweni ezihlukahlukene ezithinta ihulumeni wasemakhaya ngenxa yokuthi uhulumeni wasekhaya enye yeindawo la ezinemithetho eminingi kakhulu. Thina njengabantu abakhona la kamasipala kwesinye isikhathi asibi nesikhathi esanele ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sithole indawo la soxoxa khona, so iyakwazi ukuthi silekelele kuloko. Iyalekelela kakhulu futhi ekuthuthukiseni kolwazi phakathi kwethu njengomasipala. Sengenganenhlanhla nje ukuthi ngimenywe Councillor Ugwala kwenye ama seminars abo ngibe enye ama panelists lapha ngiyokhuluma ngeexperience yaseThekwini around ama topics artists, and lokho ngakubona kwenye indlela ezama ngayo South African Cities Network ukuthi ivule imigudu ukuthi sikwazi ukusabelana ngolwazi samadolobha nanokuthi ke ukwazi ukuthi ufunde ukuthi uyicije mangabe uyokhuluma kula ma platform afana nalawo. Also ilekelela ngokuthi ibe umlomo wethu njengomasipala uma ngabe kusuke kunezinto kwesinye isikhathi kuphume iphepha lapha kahulumeni lizoba umthetho. Ngesikhathi lihamba lishintsha imbala lelo phepha kufanele kube khona abantu abazosikhulumela kulona, and the South African Cities Network isebenza ukuthi ikwazi ukuthi iyenze lento ekuthiwa advocates around ama issues asidlayo njengomasipala both kuma provincial and national governments ajalo nakuma international bodies. Ngakho ke ibaluleke kakhulu, siyayisupporta engathi ngaqhubekela phambili. Ngelinye ilanga uma ithuba livumile siyo baredu ukuthi size ngama caucus mesidingeka sizoyipresenta kahle ama councillor ayibambe. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Okay. I guess a response that side. Is there anyone who's saying no? Okay, let me have the screen, the board, please. Or by abstain. Okay, just for us to be procedural, if there's a different response of those who are not in supporting the item, let's vote so that we record it properly. Those who are in support, please raise your hands.
Nangena.
Nanithi nenzani?
inkathi intshontshe inkomo.
Is that right? Siyabonga. Those who are voting against? Those who are voting against? Those who abstain? Those who abstain? Thank you. Those who are in support, the number is 190. Those who are against, none or 0. Those who abstain, 3. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through. Thank you, City Manager. Let's move to the next item.
The next item is on page 10, report on Councillors Development Program. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I've got Speaker, Councillor Anipen, IFP, Councillor Mngwango, HNSA, Councillor Kuzwayo, ANC. In that order, Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I express the gratitude of those of us on this side of the House and hopefully the whole House to you particularly and to your office for creating the opportunity that will empower councillors in this manner. The recent national and provincial elections have proved that residents have and continue to have a heightened awareness and alertness around democracy and have become more politically aware. This being the case, it is needful that those of us who aspire to remain relevant in these ever-evolving political climate also update our knowledge and our skills in this regard. The IFP therefore supports this and encourages that there be more of such programs for councillors who are willing to participate. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mngwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Action SA welcomes such initiative. We hope also we will be transparent of the process, but we want to encourage councillors to study when they get an opportunity. We can't have councillors who rely only on politics and don't advance themselves. Knowledge is power. So encourage all councillors to take these opportunities because 5 years is a short term. After 5 years, where are you going to be? Please, councillors, take these opportunities. Go and study. Thank you.
Councillor Kuzwayo.
No, siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo. Sibingelele kuwe nomhlangano wakho. Sibingelela ngokuthobeka kundaba ezitha ukugidela ohleze nathi la emhlanganweni. Siyakubonga lokho kakhulu ndaba ezitha.
Dumaseni.
Honourable Speaker, iyangihlekisa lento ukuthi issue uCouncillor Mngwango yabo ukuthi kodwa ke ngaphela uMngwango uyi-career politician. Lo ngamazi nje kumazela kwepolitiki. But anyway ke Honourable Speaker, into ebaluleke kakhulu responsibility local government is to also develop those who lead in it. And in doing so, we have to come up with programs that are going to make sure that our councillors are better people than they were when they came in a sense that they would have gained skills, they would have gained understanding, and they would have gained, in this instance, qualifications that makes them to take more informed decisions. You do know that local government is a very is a terrain that is highly regulated, and it needs a certain level of understanding, especially if you are going to be dealing with legislations like the MFMA, the PFMA, in some instances, Structures Acts and all these relevant legislations to local government. Therefore, if councillors are not in a position to understand these laws and be able to interpret them to the situations that they are faced with in terms of the reports that are presented to them, then it is a disadvantage to the people that they lead. Therefore, as the ANC-led eThekwini municipality, we've taken a decision that we are going to empower all of these councillors. And I'm very glad that it's not ANC councillors that we are talking about here. It's councillors across all parties that are benefiting currently in this program. And we hope that this program is going to grow and more councillors are going to study. Nami ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi bakwethu abantu abafunde ukuze mawuphela 5 years ukwazi ukuthi ube nesicucu ongakwazi ukunqoza ngaso ufuna umsebenzi kwenye indawo ngoba senibonile nani ukuthi hayi asikho isiqiniseko sokuthi likhona yini kusasa ikusasa kuthiwa laziwa ke isiZulu so siyacela ukuthi ke nilithathe lithuba njengoba uspeaker ayememezela lapho ukuthi abantu abahambe bofunda nihambe niyofunda makhansela ningahlali nje nifike emakhaya nilale kumnandi kabi ukufunda yabo nje cela ifundiswa manje la yabo. And Honorable Speaker, when this term of office ends, I think we are going to have a mass graduation of councillors who would have participated in such programs and successfully completed them. Siyayiseka ke njenge-African National Program, Congress le program siyabonga.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you very much, Dr. Mguni.
Thank you. The next item on the same page 10, item 2.4, propose intention to facilitate China learning exchange through a memorandum of understanding with local government sector and training authority and Chinese culture and international education center. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mguni. I've got speakers on the item. Councillor M.R. Ngumalo, the IFP, you are the first speaker. Councillor Nwango, you're number 2. Councillor Kaula, EFF, number 3. Councillor Hlengwa, APF, with a minute donated by KZNI and JEP. Lastly is Councillor Ndlovu from the ANC. Councillor Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Ngikhuleke kumakhosi aphakathi kwethu bingelele na kumphakathi obegalari nosibukela live. We congratulate our municipality for joining the list of the municipalities that have been selected to be part of this learning exchange program. And it is clear that it is specifically for the generation who are facing the challenge of employment and support for their business that they are trying, and the development of their skills in different organizations. We know that young people who are coming from rural areas are left behind in these opportunities like this. We wish the transparency in this program, that it is really benefiting the young people who deserve it and who need this program. We welcome and support this item. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ngumalo. Councillor Mngango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Action SA support the initiative, but Speaker, we've got some questions that we'll need to get clarity on. The item talks about waiving the allowance for employees, internal employees. We would like to understand whether the unions or affected employees have been engaged, and also whether council can just take a decision to take away a benefit of employees without any consultation. We don't want a situation where we agree as council and later we find ourselves where employees are questioning in terms of what is due to them according to their employment contract and agreement with the city. Can we get clarity where
we can just waive without consulting affected employees. Can I get clarity?
Your time is up.
Ubani uvale imic makhulu?
Kahlengwa, kahle ncanga. Kahlengwa.
Asibonge speaker. Umuntu mangasethi uyaphikisana nale program.
Somlomo, order.
Point of order kazikhwala.
Iyangikhathaza leyo ukuthi iAPF ino 3 minutes kodwa sazi ukuthi ngeallocation ino 1 minute and
Kahle babugwala. Angithi ngichazele ukuthi iAPF kuma kudonate u2 minutes iKZNI neJEP. Balandele ama rules of order bangibhalela njengoba ngiwafunda ama minutes. Iminute lakhe uhlengwa imithi leJEP 2 ele KZNI 3 awu 3 amaminute akhe.
kuma item wonke yilokho bebe singakwazi.
No angithi mebebhala bengibhalela uya ngokuthi yipi item abakhulumisane ngayo, then uSpeaker will read that we counsel.
Inkinga ushongo Somlomo yiko
Ngishilo.
Ngiphambane ekhaya.
Kazelhlengwa.
Angibonge Somlomo. Iyona inkinga yokugula noma usulashiwe. GNU abanye abashaya.
Kahle. Hlengwa.
Speaker.
Ya ngicela ukuthi ngendlela oyiphethe ngayo kule item le awuzukhuluma. Kahle Dlovu, you are the last. Dlovu.
Sibonge Somlomo. As the NC Caucus would like to support this item.
Some order.
We would like to support this item based on the conscious principle that China, as part of BRICS, is also our strategic ally. Through this MOU, the following will be a direct benefit to the people of eThekwini. Number one, Somlomo, is that this learning exchange will enhance cultural understanding. This experience will promote a deeper understanding of China culture amongst local participants, fostering mutual respect and cultural appreciation. Also, this learning experience will provide access to high-quality educational resources and methodologies, enhancing the local education system. This will also enhance skills development, because those who will be participating in this exchange program will likely improve on their Mandarin language skills, which can be a significant asset in global trade and diplomacy. This will also strengthen our international relations, because this will also formalize exchange through this MOU, and it can also strengthen the diplomatic relations between the local government and China, thus fostering goodwill and collaboration on a broader scale. As the organization that cares about the future of this country and its people, we therefore support this item. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kaola. I made a mistake. Ngakweqa. Cela ukubuyela kuwena.
She's covered, Speaker.
Covered.
Ngibonga ithuba Speaker, ngibingelele amakhosi kanye nendlu yonke. Siyawuhalelisela umasipala wethu waseThekwini ongomunye umasipala okhethiwe kwaba u54 kulolu hlelo. Sidlulisa ukuncoma samukele isiphakamiso sokuthuthukisa kwabantu bakithi ngezemfundo kanye nangolwazi oluzoshintsha izimpilo zabantu. Baningi abantu abahlele emakhaya abafisayo ukuthola leli thuba kodwa bavinjwa izinkinga zezimali. Njengenhlangano ekukhuthazayo ukuthi abantu abahambe beyofunda, siyafisa leli thuba litholwe yiwo wonke umuntu ngale kokubheka iminyaka, ngoba iminyaka yabantu abawu35 ayisizi kakhulu, ngoba khona abantu abahlele emakhaya abafisayo ukungenelela lolu hlelo noma abaqualifyayo ukungenela kulolu hlelo abangaphezulu kweminyaka engu35 futhi abavotayo. Siyacela ukuthi mebeqeda ngalolu hlelo bathole ukuxhaswa kanye nokuthuthukiswa ngokwezemali baphinde baqashwe. Siyabonga.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. Before we approve the recommendations, there was a question from Councillor Mwango where he was checking whether have we consulted our employees and they've agreed for us to be involved or to continue with this program. Acting City Manager, can you please respond to that before we approve?
Thank you, Babu Speaker. I can confirm that the employees have been consulted and they've agreed to the proposal as this is for development purposes. They are not going for business purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni.
Speaker.
Councillors, are
Speaker.
they? Yes?
No, it's just a point of correction, Speaker. Kumakhosi akushiye ukuthi siyabingelela kuyakhuleka. Thank you.
Are the recognition agreed, councillors? Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. The next item is on page 12, item 3.1, request to reprioritize Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center 2022, 23, and 24 capital budget. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Dr. Mnguni. There are speakers. The first speaker is Councillor Kuala, Councillor Mwango, and Councillor P. Ndlovu from the ANC. 3 speakers only. Councillor Kuala.
Sibonge Bodlankomo. Sibona ngathi kubalekile ukuthi sivumelane la siphinde sinote ngoba ngicathi item in two folds. Kodwa ke okusikhathazayo nje IFP kodwa okuhle ingoba nathi sesikhona kuyiphathi ka government kuzosilekelela ukuthi sinisize nikwazi ukudeliver kakhulukazi la eThekwini ngoba asikwazi ukukhuluma ngale item ngomhla 13 July 2023 ekubeni lento siyayisebenzisa kumanje sikhuluma nge City Hall abanye bethu abangayazi ukubamba umhlangano eCity Hall ngenxa yamadile ongawazi uthwani. Inkinga ke manje senize nayisusa le ndoda ebengizobhekana nayo ngithi mina ndoda qinisa amatomu umhlaba uyagoqwa manje okumeya ukhawuni kungakubika mangakhuluma ngaye ngasekho umeya ozobekwa sizocela ngempela ukuthi ayiprioritize le ngoba ila esikwazi khona ukuhlangana khona sivumelana noma siphikisane ngezinto ezisiza umphakathi izolekelela ke futhi le ndawo ngoba upremier wethu uNtuli no MEC wakwaCaucus iyona bazoyisebenzisa isikhathi esiningi mabela ngoba iyona central point ekhona esinayo akuphuthume ngempela nje kusheshe kube zikhindi siyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Kuala. Councillor Mwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, we must be careful as this council of not allowing ourselves to be used when monies are being dumped. While we understand there is always a need now and then to prioritize budgets, but when you look at this recommendation, it talks about new projects to be accommodated. It also make a list of new projects, including the coffee shop upgrade. That coffee shop upgrade has been ongoing for a while. Now, I just wonder how it became a new project. Now, I'm not sure whether all these projects listed here are actually new projects. Now, for what reason, as Section say, to be on a safe side without having prior to knowledge of what's going on here, will abstain, although in principle, we do support that when there's a need, you have to channel money.
Councillor
Councillor
Ndlovu, P. Ndlovu.
Ngibonge Somlomo ngibingelele. As this council at sometime this year sasikade si approve imali to assist one of our entities which is ICC, of which this report by indicates ukuthi they've started some work but abakaqedi, and then bebefisa ukuthi kule mali esase approvile as this council ube khona ukuhlengahlengisa abakwenzayo. So as the African National Congress would like to say nanguma ngabe yini esuki khona that says we must assist
one of our entities, ICC, which, by the way, is doing very well. And as we know, which ICC plays a very important role in the local economy. So, njengo ANC, we support a report, and we will always support anything that will assist to make ICC to shine and do better than our peers. Thank you, Somlom.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Okay, those are saying no. There's no one who's saying no.
It's only action says abstaining.
Only action says abstaining.
Yeah, abstaining.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's record that. Thank you very much, City Manager. Next item.
Thank you. The next item is on page 13. Request for authority to repurpose and reallocate Devon Marine Theme Park allocated budget and request for additional budget for entity to remain a going concern. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, Acting City Manager Dr. Mnguni. 2 speakers. Councillor M. Gupega, Action SA. Councillor Shomuga, ANC. Councillor
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA supports this item. Remember, Speaker, that Ushaga Marine played a very critical role in the economy of this city, especially in creating jobs and tourism. We believe and hope it won't be one of those entities akamasipala azohamba ukuhamba kwesikhathi ivalo njoba kwenza kwi-Fun World. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Shomuga.
Ngiyabingelela Speaker, siyakhuleka kumakhosi aseNdlonkulu. CNC siyayisupporta le item because siya understand ukuthi one of our tasks or our duties is umkhandlu ukuthi sibhekelele ama entities ethu. So Ushaga Marine ke inye yama entities esicabangayo ukuthi as umkhandlu kumele senze sure ukuthi isiyenza iqhubeke ibe isebenza ngasonke isikhathi. So as the ANC siyayisupporta and ungabi khona kwalesi screen kufanele ngabe siya replace wala eShaga Marine kuyalimaza kakhulu ke I revenue kufanele ngabe siyayiqoqa. Ngalawo mazi Speaker CNC siyayisupporta I-item. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Next item, City Manager.
Next item is on page 15, item 3.3. Request for authority to host 2024 Resurgence Conference. Committee recommends.
Thank you, City Manager. Page 15, 3.3.
Agreed.
3 speakers. IFP, Councillor M.R. Ngumalo, Councillor Pega, Action SA, Councillor B. Ndlovu, ANC. In that order, Ngumalo?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Firstly, we accept the item as IFP. But I want to upload the official of economic development working together tirelessly and come up with such programs. We really upload them. Basebenze ngokukhulu kuyimisela program enkulu le ezothuthukisa umnotho nanokuthi nje basebenza ngokuqonda ukuthi bayikomiti elibekelwe ukuthi nebethuthukisa umnotho waseThekwini futhi bakwenza lokho ngokukhulu ukuyimisela. Ngakho ke njenge-IFP siyawemukela lo mbiko ukuthi impela mawuqhubeke uzolekelela idolobha lethu ukuthi kuze abantu abaqhamuka kuwonke lamazwe lawa bezokwenza lemsebenzi lapha eThekwini. Ngakho ke siyakwemukela and we also appreciate the work that have been done with our official economic development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pega.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Action SA, we are worried with this report, especially when you look at the activations plan. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, some of our city managers are in New York, which brings the question on what are we approving here? Why this item
How
is
many?
here?
Order.
Antulenin.
Kahleke, Pega.
Which brings us
Hayi
to the-
Pega. Akwenziwa kanjalo la.
Abathule Speaker.
No, about who's aware. Next to that, we're doing a pinukulum.
Oqala ugundile.
I'm warning you. You don't respond to your fellow councillors. You only address the speaker. Qhubeka, I'm warning you.
Ngiyabonga Speaker, ngiyaxolisa. So Speaker, as Action SA, we've got a responsibility as a party to come here and take full responsibility of the decision that we are taking. It will be very unfair for people who voted for us to be in this council to come here and approve something that, like we're coming here to rubber stamp. So as Action SA, we're not going to support this item. We request this item to be referred back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, the last speaker is Councillor Ndlovu.
Ngibonge kakhulu ithuba Speaker. Njenge Caucus ka ANC siyayi supporta kakhulu le recommendation. Sikubona kuyithuba eliyingqayizivele njengomkhandlu weTheku ukuhosta i-conference e-progressive kangaka. Kule conference Honorable Speaker sizobenefita ngendlela ezimbili. Sizobenefita sizoba ne direct economic impact okokuqala nje i-direct economic impact lapho kuzokwenzeka khona i-spending njengoba kuzobe kufika abantu bakwamanye amazwe lokho kuzokhuphula umnotho weTheku. Esibili i-indirect economic impact ilapho ke kuzobe sesithola khona i-platform yokushare ama ideas nezindlela zokuthi singayistrengthisha kanjani i-local economy. Siphinde futhi sithole i-platform yokuthi ku-interact ama-investors. Leyo ke isebenza at a long run. Akuyona into eyilda ama-fruits same time, but ibonakala at a long run. Leyo interactor kwama-investors share information. Lapho ke esizobe siphatheka khona kwi-global economy singagcini ngokuyixoxa. Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for a reference back proposal from Councillor Kubheka. I have not yet received the form, but while we are waiting the reference back, I will keep on reminding you, councillors, that this matter was discussed in a meeting that was on I think it was 17th of April, 2024. Now, already, city manager and chair were cluster. They are in US to continue to prepare for this important program we are discussing. Now, let me take the reference back.
Speaker.
No. Ngilinde ukubheka ayikwena.
Cha phela ngiyisi ngithini.
Hayi no. Awungilethi reference back iqala. Moso ufuna ukungididisa ngine sequence engihamba ngayo.
Ungizwe.
Ngilinde reference ukhonze kanje ngikwenzeni?
No kahle.
Uyazi ukhonze kanjani?
Hayi kahle. Asithe ukubheka iqala qede reference back.
Speaker. Speaker. Speaker, I just need one clarity, Speaker. One clarity, Speaker, one clarity.
No.
It's very, very quiet here. It's not a funeral here. Here it's very quiet. Angas, what's happening?
We're attending your funeral.
Paul.
Is Councillor Mtetwa okay today?
Yeah, thank you very much. We can confirm that the reference pack on page 15, item 33, for the item to be referred back to the committee is submitted by Councillor Pega, seconded by Councillor Mwango. The reference back proposal is in compliance with our rules. Let's make a decision on whether we accept it or not. No movement. No movement. Secretariat, take your positions. Close the doors. We are now voting. Yeah. Those who are in support of the first pack, please raise your report. Those who are in supporting that the item be referred back to the committee, raise your hands. Oh. Right. Thank you, Ngashizana Siyabonga. Those who are voting against the reference back, please raise your hands.
Watch your hand. GNW.
Welcome, EFF.
Join Ehlengo.
Thank you very much, Councillors. Those who are in support of the reference back, the number is 4. Those who are against, the number is 185. Those who abstain, the number is 0. Thank you very much. Let's now conclude the item. We are done now with the reference back. Let's deal now with the approval. Are the recommendations agreed, Councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. There are those who are saying no. We have to vote
It's on the Action SA.
again.
You can record Action SA.
Let's prepare ourselves, close the doors. We are now approving the item. Those in support of the item, raise your hands. Raise your votes. Those who are in support. We are now dealing with the approval. Earlier we were dealing with the reference back. Don't be confused. We are dealing with the approval. Item 3 on 3.3 on page 15. Right. Right, those who are against, raise your hands. Those who are against. Thank you very much. Those who in support, 185. Those who are voting against, 4. Those who abstain, the number is 0. Thank you. The recommendations will be carried through. Let's move, City Manager. Next item.
Speaker.
Next item, yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Speaker. I'm just trying to find out, do we have any lunch today, Speaker? Because we normally eat at 2, and we seem to be ongoing and ongoing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yes, Councillor Komeni, there is lunch provided. I will announce soon when we'll go out for lunch. Wait
Thank you
for
very
me.
much, Speaker.
Yeah. Councillor, sorry, say with the Councillor,
Thank you very much, Baba Speaker. The next item is on page 19, item 3.4. Request for authority to review eThekwini municipal entities remuneration framework for non-executive directors. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. We are on page 19, item 3.4. I've got speakers. There's Councillor Pulen who's want to speak on the reference back. Let me start by him first before I take other speakers.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The city is responsible for promoting sound governance of its municipal entities. We are concerned that there's a disparity between the salaries of the members, the directors of Ushaka Marine and the ICC. And we know that the Ushaka Marine is looking tatty and not bringing in too much money, and yet the ICC is doing quite well. So we are concerned that the disparity is being evened out here so that they both earn the same salary, and we think that that needs looking at. So we'd like it to be referred back. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, may I have the form, please?
Asuka lahla.
The jumping potholes has started.
I think you need trauma counseling now.
Sorry, no, talk. Ningali speak.
Right, the reference back as explained by Council Plan is on page 19, item 3.4, signed and seconded by Smith. It is in compliance with the rules of council. Councillors, let me get an indication of those who support the proposal to refer the matter back to the committee.
Honourable Speaker, sorry.
Councillor Nkosi?
May I beg your indulgence, Honourable Speaker, just to read what does the reference back said. I did not hear what my colleague was saying. Thank you.
Yeah, it reads as follows. The disparity between remuneration between the directors of Shaga, Marine and ICC. That is the reason. Councillors, those who are in support of the reference back, please raise your hands. Those who are supporting that the item be referred back.
GNU has been tested.
GNU
has been tested.
Order.
GNU.
Order. Thank you very much, Zandla. Those who are voting against the proposal.
Basabana belu.
Nakho ke Khongolos. Sinasnije na ke Khongolos.
Noma dlala seyomlungu.
Sibekile ugogo.
No, you're right.
I understand.
You're right. Thank you very much. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Abeko.
Stenia is in trouble. Stenia and John is in trouble.
Yeah, ACC, can you please confirm your votes? ACC.
ACC is not here.
Okay.
How to speak? There is no one.
Speaker, ACC saphumile.
Okay. Thank you. Right, those who are in support, the number is 49. Those who are voting against, the number is 139. Those who abstain, the number is 0. Right. Now look at manje. Gungena ama copies agenda. Le yesibili. Ebengikhulume ngayo ye-supplementary agenda iyo lengena manje. Copies are being distributed to all of you. Right, for this matter. Now, you don't get distracted while you are concluding on this point. Quietly, copies will be distributed to all of you. But let's conclude on this item while they are distributing. Councillor Pulen, you are the first speaker. Jane Aito, second speaker. Mwango, third speaker. Lovu, fourth and the last speaker. After this item, we are going to break for lunch. But I will explain what will go to happen while you're on lunch. Councillor Pulen?
May I start?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As we've said, the city is responsible for promoting sound governance of its municipal entities, and directors should be fairly remunerated. We also feel that accountability is really important with our new combined government. Ushaka Marine directors earn more than the ICC directors, and this proposal seeks to bring them on a par with each other. However, there is a concern that the Ushaka Marine theme park is not looking good, and yet their directors earn more than the ICC ones. We are asking the question, how do we fix this? And just bringing their two salaries on par may not be the correct way to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jay Naidu.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Board of Directors at Ushaka Marine Theme Park and Durban ICC have a critical function to scrutinize the business performance of these entities and to offer strategic guidance and support. An increase of the fee framework will no doubt strengthen the capacity of these governance structures. The IFP calls on the Board of Directors to ensure that operations will be in order in terms of finances and events. Deviations from supply chain processes that bring the entities into disrepute must be averted. The entities must be marketed in such a way that more people will be attracted to utilize these entities, boost the city's local economy, and ensure that the entities can sustain themselves. The IFP will support this recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mngango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. While Action SA support the fair compensation of board members, but we have a concern, particularly with the ICC, especially because this report talks about the board assisting council in terms of effective management of municipal entities. In this council, we dealt with an item where the ANC Women's League Conference took place in this facility, and the board of this institution didn't do anything about that to ensure that such corrupt activity doesn't happen under their watch. But we come here, we want to compensate them more than what they do in terms of the work expected from them. But also, we must note as councillors that the staff working at this institution are not fairly paid in terms of their salaries. So it's a question to say, how do we pay the board more? Why don't pay staff members?
Councillor Ndlovu.
Phinde ngibonge somlomo. As uMasipala, it's us that had adopted a framework that recognize ama non-executive directors. I think what is important when you look at remuneration is that whenever there's a call for board members, there are certain skills and qualifications now asuke needed for anyone to be part of the board. And as the ANC is kolelo ukuthi, it's important ukuthi abantu bekwazi ukuthi to be paid according to the skill that they provide. And I think we also acknowledge ukuthi the board members of these entities are the controlling mind of these entities and critical to the success of our entities. And as the ANC would like to say, we support this, especially because we are now doing right to say board members of both Ushaka and ICC must now be on the same grade. As the ANC, we support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndlovu. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Thank you.
No, EFF abstain, Speaker.
Okay, let's record that EFF abstain. Now, we have just distributed those agenda to...
Speaker.
Councillor Mngango?
Action SA against.
Oh, okay, okay. Abstain EFF, say against. Record that. Now we're going to take a break. Because I also expect you to have time for caucuses, for the agenda that's just been distributed. I don't want to be unfair to you. At the same time, I don't want to be unfair to the proceeding of council. I know that normally when we give you time to have lunch and caucuses, we don't allocate time for those who are smoking. But in most cases, I noticed that there's a tendency to spend much of our time outside. But lunch is part of business of council, including with caucuses. Those who want to spend time outside, do so, but don't spend much of your time outside. We will break now for lunch. I think it would be fair if I give you 45 minutes to take a break. Then we'll be back after 45 minutes and continue with the piece of council. Thank you. Let's have a break. months ago announced to council that all our meeting should conclude the business of council by 5 o'clock, latest 5:30. We were just looking at that with the whips of parties, looking at the agenda in front of us, and the supplementary agenda we've just received now, and the two in-committee reports, that one have been emailed already to all of you. Another report will be emailed, the in-committee report. We then agreed that we are going to make an appeal to the council that we will continue with our meeting, but political parties should look at the speakers list and decide whether it is still necessary to put speakers on some of the items, or we can just decide to approve or not approve without a lengthy debate to save time. The reason for that, all the items included in these agendas are of compliance issues. They are very much important for council to conclude all of them before end of June. It's an appeal, but all of you, is your right to speak in council meeting. We don't want to force you, but we're just making an appeal to have speakers on item where political parties feel necessary to have a view on that issue. But we then agreed that for today's meeting, we are going to move time a little bit and agreed that let's finish our meeting at 6 o'clock. If we can conclude at 6, we can only move to 6:30, not beyond that. It means whips of political parties are saying, yes, we understand, we are dealing with compliance issues. If we can't finish at 5:30, of which now is an hour with 30 minutes, let's finish at 6:30. Now, I wanted to announce that the outcome of the meeting of party whips. Lastly, in the in-committee agenda that's been emailed earlier to all of you, our secretariat have made a mistake because they are working under pressure, preparing a report of the executive committee that was held yesterday morning. The report that I referred to when I was responding to Councillor Mngango's question about the composition of a council, by mistake that report was included in an in-committee report. That report is not an in-committee matter. We wanted to inform council about that and apologize on behalf of my team, mainly the secretariat, after working under pressure to try to meet time and target for report to be ready for this meeting. They put a report for this meeting that was supposed to be in this supplementary agenda, but it appears in the in-committee report. When we are dealing with that in-committee report, we are going to deal with that item firstly before our meeting is conducted in camera, because that item is not an in-committee item. We wanted to inform you about that, councillors, but all in-committee reports, you won't get hard copies. Those reports will be emailed to you, because to make hard copies will take more time at printing, coming here to distribute those copies. We hope, councillors, you will accept the decision of the meeting of party whips. Let's proceed with our meeting. Next item, City Manager.
Second report.
No, sikaqedile. Siqedile.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Baba Speaker. The next report is on page 20, item number 5, request for approval of preferred financial institutions for long-term debt finance of 1.5 billion for capital project. Baba Speaker, I would like to request that we make a correction. Instead of First National Bank,
Please give us a page and the paragraph.
on page 21, where there is a reference to First National Bank, we would like to replace that with the First Rand Bank Limited. Committee recommends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mnguni, with that correction. I've got 4 speakers: Councillor Macpherson, Councillor Anipen, Councillor Mwango, Councillor Madlala. Councillor Macpherson.
Thank you, Speaker. As the Democratic Alliance, I know this has been before us before, but I just want to recap why we remain consistent in speaking to this. And then I'm not sure which administration we now refer to, the previous administration, had the previous administration had treated its revenue streams and collectible debt the way that the Democratic Alliance does, then the need for this 1.5 billion arguably would not have been needed. And I say this on the back of there still being 32 billion uncollected debt, with 12 billion being suggested as uncollectible. If one compares this to the city of Cape Town, who only has 6 billion compared to our 32 billion uncollected debt, and 2.4 billion being considered uncollectible compared to our 12 billion. And we're hoping, through you, Speaker, that going forward, that the skill set that as the Democratic Alliance we hope to bring and to participate and to be part of the solution will be taken into account when we have these sorts of discussions going forward. The interest burden of this 1 billion of the 1.5 billion will be for the cost of the ratepayers in the next budget and budgets to come. Accountability remains the main and massive issue in terms of revenue collection as well as wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. Money that is owed and not collected, water meter readings remain chaotic, resulting in unstable revenue collection. And the unauthorized wasteful expenditure is money being spent and not budgeted in many instances. So in conclusion, we collect what is owed. We stabilize our revenue streams. We clamp down on unauthorized and wasteful expenditure. We appoint fit-for-purpose critical staff, and the need for these massive loans stop, and relief to the ratepayers will be passed on and service delivery massively improved. Accountability has to become part and parcel of this new administration. We therefore cannot support the item before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the IFP reiterates its call for firmer austerity measures and for mechanisms to recover debt from state-owned enterprises and government partners. Multiplied millions remain unpaid while we grapple with ways to generate income to manage the city's affairs, resulting to such enormous borrowing. When the item was tabled several months ago, the IFP emphatically rejected it. When the update report was tabled at committee level, the IFP rejected it. Today, at this juncture, with this progress report that is being tabled, the IFP will reject it. And we will reject it with contempt. We cannot, in good conscience, support this and burden the ratepayers to pay for it while state enterprises and government departments abdicate its responsibilities, and the IFP will not support this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mwango.
Speaker, I've got 5 minutes.
Yeah? Mark.
We have 3 seats next week to move it.
It's from ATF, APF, and JEP.
18?
ATF, APF, and JEP. So they've got 4 level.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Councillor Mwango, we have additional 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I think as a councillor, times like this, it requires sober-minded politics, where we really ensure that we look after public affairs. We have seen many times in this council, as previous councils have said as well, the issue of revenue, where we are failing to collect what should be collected by the municipality. And moreover, we keep punishing the representatives for our poor leadership, or let's say the ANC poor leadership as they are in government. But maybe we may see changes, as Councillor McPherson said, that they may bring some expertise and skills to the ANC coalition. Because in reality, we are sitting here with more than 58% voters, which means ratepayers are paying, must be punished through these loans. We constantly in this council get recommendations to write off millions of irregular expenditure, as we're going to be doing even today. We're going to be writing off expenditure. Over the past 3 quarters, we have written off more than $1 billion in this council of irregular expenditure. Now, if you look date back 2021, we have incurred more than 6 billion irregular expenditure. Now, how we can sit here and say to ratepayers, we will just increase your tariffs so that we pay back the loan, and through poor leadership and poor management of funds, then we're going to punish the very same hand that feed us. That's basically what I'm saying. So, any council that can support this recommendation will usually give immediately to the ratepayers of the state who are committed to keep this council open. Now, honestly, to say you're going to go and borrow 1 billion when you, as this council, you even fail at times when you are given money to repair infrastructure. This council even lost about 1.5 billion from national trade that was awarded to this council for floods and maintenance. but we come here and we say we want 1 billion rand. So it would be irresponsible for this council speaker. It's an appeal to say we are making to all councillors to reject this loan because we're going to collapse this municipality. And I'm hoping that the incoming mayor, Honorable Taba, will look at these matters very closely because we can't allow this to continue. And I'm glad that he's a sober-minded individual, and I don't think it disappoints us when they come to this position. Very important position. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. No, thank you very much. I want to start by reminding us that what we are called upon by this report to do is not to approve it's not a decision to take a loan. We have taken that decision when we approved the budget in May 2023. When we approved the budget in May, we also included a decision to borrow this 1 billion rand. What we are now being called upon to do is then, one, it's a progress report on the decision that we have already taken, and two, it then explains the institutions from which we are getting this money from, and therefore we must then do the approvals accordingly. Now, I want to agree with the colleagues who have spoken before me, and we are doing this at a time when politically and otherwise the city is not in a stable position due to the political winds that are blowing. However, we have the responsibility to be sober-minded and stick to our decisions, because when we approve the budget, we lowered the tariffs because we agreed that we were going to lower some of the tariffs. But in order for us to be able to carry out the work that is supposed to do, we are then going to balance our budget through this borrowing. Now, the comparison that Councillor McPherson is doing between our city and the city of Cape Town, I thought he would not go there because it's an unfortunate comparison, because it sends a message that, first and foremost, he doesn't care about the city that he resides in. He cares about another city somewhere. And we know the demographic of the city that he cares most about. Let me tell you about those demographics. We are a city compared to many other cities. We are the only city that has more than 60% rural in terms of its population. We are the only city compared to other cities in terms of the poverty index. Specifically, Cape Town, when we are speaking about the issues of poverty, they account only for 30%. We account for 44% poverty. Now, I can go on and on. So the comparison that you are doing is unfair because you are not comparing apples for apples. Lastly, when you are doing this comparison, you are not telling us about the economy of these two cities. What is the economic source in eThekwini and what is the economic source? You are not telling us about the demographics, the land ownership between eThekwini and Cape Town. You are not telling us anything about those because we want to drive the community to think that we are irresponsible by borrowing this money. Cape Town also borrows, but I'm sure when they are borrowing, no one compares them to us because you cannot, if you are a super-minded person, you cannot want to transplant a phenomenon outside of its own context. What we are doing is that now, lastly, we are borrowing this money for capital projects.
We've just had a disaster in Otongati. Everyone in Otongati expects us to respond to that disaster. Responding to that disaster is going to take some doing.
In terms of our budget. And this billion rands, although not enough, is going to go a long way in terms of helping us to respond to that disaster. And anyone who does not support this does not have a right to then come back tomorrow and saying, look, you are failing to fix this road in Otongati, or you are failing to fix the roads that were broken long before that disaster because of the flood disaster or because of other disasters that have befallen the city before that. Lastly, to Councillor Mngwango, this notion of trying to divide us as the ANC is not going to work. When we were here, when Councillor Kumete was a mayor here, and when Councillor Kaunda was a mayor here, you were the first one to remind him and her that they are not executive mayors. They are part of the committee system, and therefore they have no decisions. The decisions they are going to make are decisions that are taken at EXCO level. I don't know why you are addressing a member of this council now as if so you are rebelling against your own argument that you were making. Siyabonga, Speaker, we are coming.
Thank you.
Not Mngwango.
Point of order.
No, Speaker, Councillor is speaking directly with the member of this council. May I request to direct all amimbuzo yake to you? Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
Speaker.
No.
You, Speaker, Councillor Mngwango.
Councillor Madlala, thank you for that. Councillors, we are on item 5, page 20. Are the recommendations agreed? Let me have the screen, please. Secretariat, take your positions. Let's close the door, no movement. We are now voting after a debate. Yeah, those who are in support of the recommendation, please raise your hands. Those in support, raise your hands.
GNU.
Those who are voting against, please raise your hands.
New GNU.
Ya bubudli kezo.
No GNU.
GNU yentsha.
So nidla nihlange.
Speaker, sire tukhetha umeya.
Uhlengo.
Thank you.
Uhlengo.
Thank you very much. Those who abstain. Those who abstain.
ayingena emotion yokufaka umeya
Abubudli kezo.
Thank you. All right. Those who are in support of the recommendation, the number is 96. Those who are against, The recommendation, the number is 87. Those who abstain, the number is 2. Therefore, the recommendations will be carried through. City Manager.
No happens thing. Turiki uketo.
Thank you. Thank you, House Speaker. The next item is...
Order. Siyapoto masina sikhathi kahle. City Manager.
The next item, House Speaker, is item number 6. The next item is item number 6.
Speaker, put the number.
Order.
Service delivery and budget implementation plan, quarterly report for a period ending 31 March 2024. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you. Next, Peter Mngoni.
The next item is on page 23, item 7. Mid-year amendments to service delivery and budget implementation plan for the 2023-24 financial year.
Sorry, Somlong.
Committee recommends.
Somlong.
Are the recommendations agreed?
Somlong.
Thank you. Councillor Kuala.
Ngiyak-understand lento ukuthi nijahile. Kodwa ngicela senze ngoku-correct. Khona izinto ezidinga ukunothwa la, khona ezidinga uku-approve. So asenze into e-correct ngoba izosiqhatha lento. Nento masingathi nje siqala phansi sithi akubalwe iy'namba nizoba nenkinga. Asenze into e-right. Cha ningavungami ngoba kuzothiwa kubalwe iy'namba. So i-request a lot. MEC yakho
We had to speak, Anna.
Order. Councillor Kuala, please refer us to those items you're talking about.
The item esidlula kuyona sihlalo uthi page 21, item 6. It was
Item
for noting.
6.
Yes, it was for noting, not for approval.
Oh, okay. Okay, we've approved it. STPIP. That's fine. Councillors, is the recommendation noted? Thank you. Let's move, City Manager, page 23.
Page 23 is item number 7. Mid-year amendments to service delivery and budget implementation plan for the 2023-24 financial year is here for approval. Committee recommends.
Item 7. Okay. No. We're on page 23, item 7. Okay. Thank you. Are the recommendations agreed? Thank you, City Manager. Oh, okay. This is page 23, item 7. Right. Let me have the screen, please. Right. Let me invite those who are voting in support of the recommendations. Please raise your hands.
DA.
Helen Zin.
Ingane kaZil.
Omatumlu.
Siyabonga kakhulu ngahlisa izandla. Those who are voting against the recommendations.
What happened to GNU?
Thank you. Right, those who are in support, the number is 141. Those who are against, the number is 43. Those who abstain, the number is 0. Therefore, recommendations will be carried through. City Manager.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. The next item on the same page is item number 8, request for budget approval for the procurement of vehicles for various departments. Committee recommends.
Thank you. I've got many speakers on the item. Is Councillor Penn, Councillor Ngumalo, Councillor Ndlovu, Councillor Pega, Councillor Van der Rest, Freedom Plus, APF, Tengwa with minute from KZNI, JEP, it means 2 minutes. Then, yeah, those are the speakers we have. But let me start with Councillor Ngumalo instead of Councillor Penn, because Councillor Ngumalo is proposing a reference back. I want us to deal with that first before I invite speakers to speak on this substantive item. Then Councillor Penn will come after. Let me deal with the reference back first.
Speaker.
Yes.
It's Councillor Ngumalo here.
Yes.
Yes, I want to withdraw the reference back, Speaker.
Thank you. The reference back is withdrawn. Then Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By any yardstick, this proposal is simply bad governance. It's the administration asking for an amount of 200 million rand to buy vehicles. We're not sure what vehicles they are. No details are given. So the automatic response should be to say, of course not. But such is the state of governance in this municipality that one has to stop and think, is there any merit in this proposal? Are these vehicles really necessary? And as every active councillor will tell you, service delivery in the city is severely compromised because of the lack of functioning vehicles.
Order, Somlo.
Order.
Ngisacela isecretariat i-AD number ze-ANC lapha zibe 94 ngoba khona amakhansela afika manje. Zibe 94 ngoba bezu 92 zivota. Isicela.
Thank you. Proceed, Councillor Penn. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, as every councillor knows, service delivery in this municipality is severely compromised by the lack of functioning vehicles. In all units, even in the ABM unit where officials can't get to site meetings and so on. So one has to ask, is there some merit in supporting this recommendation? The answer lies in the words on the second to last line of 8-1, which says that at this stage the focus is on approving project authority, with the actual budget to be approved upon the finalisation of a process to identify savings. So with those reservations, we, the DA, would have preferred to have seen a shopping list indicating which vehicles are to be purchased, for which units and for which purposes. But the administration hasn't given us. But because of the dire state of service delivery in this municipality, because of the general lack of functioning vehicles, the DA will reluctantly support this proposal.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Bengisacela speak ukusupporta lento ekhulunywa uKhansela uGwala. Singena amakhansela u3 ANC but asishintshi lapha kushintshi lapha.
Okay, no, I thought that thing is obvious. Secretariat to monitor our board, please update our numbers, and the numbers have to be accurate and reflect the councillors that are present in all benches.
Ungena abantu abawu3 after sivotile bewu92 but the board must change.
Yes, balele.
Councillor Ngumalo,
Yini ungabuyi ivukani uzoba
order.
uhwip we-ANC. Yini?
Councillor Ngumalo,
No, thank you.
Is serious lento esikhulumayo speaker.
Kahle sibari.
Is serious kabi lento esikhulumayo.
Councillor Ndlovu, where I've already instructed the team to correct
But it
that.
hasn't changed. It does not take.
No. I've already, already in front of you, I have instructed the secretariat to update that. But that cannot stop Councillor Ngumalo to speak.
Thank you.
Councillor Ngumalo, proceed.
Angithokoze
Wenzani
Speaker.
umlamu wethu?
ukuxosha ithuba cha Speaker okwethu thina njenge IFP siyavumelana nale item empeleni siya-approve ukuthi impela makuqhubeke ukuthi zicoshwe lezi imoto zomkhandlu ngokwehlukana kwama department ngoba qiniso lithi i-service delivery it also lies on vehicles that is needed of the approval here. So sithi mayiqhubeke yenzeke, and also we are aware that kunama TLBs are about 103 plus. Siyafisa ukuthi ke lama TLBs lawa lama TLB engathi engashona naseyindaweni ezisemakhaya ahamba ayolekela kulezi indawo engama gravel roads, singathi sinama TLB angaka kodwa sithola ukuthi indawo zasemakhaya zinemigodi nje uthola ukuthi akuhambeki kahle kodwa while ekhona ama TLBs, but njengenkatha yenkululeko yesizwe enoprima kwaZulu Natal sithi ayiqhubeke.
Thank you, Councillor Ngumalo. Councillor Ndlovu, EFF.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo, noma ngiworried nje ukuthi istaff sikwazi ukudefy kule council, because until now they have not changed the board. They are still 92. Bengazi ukuthi amandla akhe awasekho that istaff sikwazi ukudefy la.
Siyakuhlonipha Mkhwenyana iphathe kahle.
Somlomo, EFF is clear on this item. We are very much worried that we have received a report from different departments, akhuluma ngeimoto ilahlekile, not recovered, ezinye ihleli because of negligence yes staff, and it is now a worry that we can go and buy imoto ngaphezu kwendlela imoto ezinganakekelwe ngayo kulama departments, as much as sidinga imoto for service delivery issues, but we are quite concerned that maybe we need a thorough report or consequence management in terms of what is exactly that is happening in these departments, because the municipality is losing a lot of money buying these cars and ziyalahleka, not recovered, ezinye ziyacwiywa kumadepo la ezihleli khona, and people are not being charged. Therefore we are saying le yokuthi sikhiphe imali kuleli phakethe siyifake ngapha sikhuthuza aba Procurement abaseThekwini ngeke kusilekelele ekutheni sithenge imoto phezulu kokubona ukuthi lezi imoto azinakekelwe noma aziphathwe kahle. In that instance we are saying at least a thorough oversight must be done, accountability must then be sought from these departments. Thank you, Somlom.
Thank you very much. Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. As Action SA, service delivery is our priority. Hence, we want the proper report with details, Speaker. If you go to this item and read it through, you realize that we're talking about aging fleets, unplanned maintenance, and major repairs. But out of 9,000 vehicles that are under the municipality, how many vehicles are we buying? We first approved 25 million. Now we are required to approve another 200 million. It really worries us, Mr. Speaker. As we are sitting here, if you can go to each and every department of this municipality, you will realize there's some sort of negligence because there are so many vehicles that are lying there in their yard. Some of them are not licensed, which means somebody is not doing his job or his responsibilities. So I concur with the previous councillor, and accountability must be enforced. Thank you.
Our time is up, Councillor Beda. Councillor Hlengwa.
In the interest of time, Speaker, as one of the progressive formations of the bloc of smaller parties, I would like to progressively withdraw our names from the list so that we are able at least to finish at 5:30, latest 6, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Madlala.
Siyabonga kakhulu umuntu aqala bonke nje koma beyingane.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Madlala. After APF is Freedom Front Plus. Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be
Order.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be brief. Our city has a fleet that increased from 7,914 vehicles in January to 9,200 in May, an increase of 1,300 vehicles since January.
Speaker, we can't hear him, Speaker.
Oh, maybe can you fix the microphone and the sound? Please speak closer to your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's Stephen July, Speaker.
So we've got an increase of 1,300 vehicles since January. On an average vehicle cost of R500,000, that would be in the region of 682 million that was already spent without our knowledge. Then we also had the 25 million requested for security and protection services that we approved today in council. And now this 200 million for vehicles. By the same calculations, this will be roughly about 400
Speak out, Orana.
It seems we are just rubber stamping without paying our oversight role. We have an obligation to be transparent to our ratepayers. And we stop making a mockery of council and get down to serious business with transparency and obligation. I just want to ask that we get a better breakdown to play our oversight role efficiently. We cannot support at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Madlala, the last.
Yeah, no, ngiyabonga kakhulu, Speaker. Ngisayikhuluma lento bese ngiyakhuluma wangiphazamisekile la. Wanikeza lo mfowethu lo ukhuluma is-apartheid lapha. No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I want to remind this council that I think last year there was a rule of order 27 question, which was asked by an honourable member from the Democratic Alliance. I cannot remember which honourable councillor it was. It was about the vehicles allocated to the Parks Department. In fact, it was the PRC unit. And when the responses were read out by the councillor on my right, Umdaga Mamela, Councillor Sokabas, all of us here were making different noises in surprise and in angst of how the department is expected to do service delivery when it does not have vehicles. One of the issues that came out of that report was that the department was last bought vehicles in 2006, and therefore the department, the fleet was depleted in that department. The question was asking about the number of tractors, the number of trucks, the number of cherry pickers, the trucks with a crane to do pruning in difficult areas, in a number of different categories of vehicles. And it became apparent to all of us seated here that that department cannot do its work because it does not have a fleet of specialized vehicles that are required for that department to function. Now, when we are given an opportunity to fix that, we are then coming up with all manner of excuses to pretend as if we know for sure that these vehicles are not necessary when we know that they are. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we have a city fleet unit which is a custodian of these vehicles. When that department tells us that we need more vehicles, we should respond by buying vehicles. And then in our different committees, because we are allocated vehicles in terms of our different functions, we should then play the oversight role around the issues that were raised by Councillor over there about the number of vehicles that are stolen, the number of vehicles that are vandalized, the number of vehicles that get hijacked, and all of that. That oversight role resides in our oversight committees, and we must play that role. And when we come here, or maybe before I leave that point, we are fully insured as eThekwini municipality in terms of our assets. Those assets include vehicles, plant and equipment. And therefore, as much as we are getting reports that there's a vehicle that has been hijacked, we must then talk to our law enforcement officers, law enforcement agencies, and sibabaze ukukhula kwe-crime nayo yonke into. But we must know that those vehicles get replaced. So as much as you would say you'll read out a shocking statistic of the number of vehicles that get stolen or get hijacked, there's an equal statistic of the vehicles that get replaced by our insurance that we are paying for. I'm not saying we should not be concerned that the vehicles are being stolen or being hijacked, but I'm saying that we have taken a decision to insure these vehicles against such eventualities. They are being replaced. So we must not then count that as if we are just filling a bottomless hole. Lastly, we, as the ANC, we support the decision to buy vehicles, just as we've supported a decision to buy computers, as we would support a decision to buy any other tool of trade that our employees, our staff needs to carry out the service delivery that is needed out there. Because it will be hypocritical for you to, on one hand, complain about the lack of service delivery, and then when, on the other hand, you need to do something about it, you then are not responding accordingly. Thank you very much. As the ANC, we support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Are the recommendations agreed? Let me have the screen, please. Those who are in support, please raise your hands.
Kuphakamisa nenkunzi ubhek.
Thank you very much. Those who are voting against, please raise your hands. Those who are against. Akubaleki kahle ngophakamise isandla kuphela ungaliphakamise ibhodi elimhlophe. Ababoni kahle abasebenzi. Asiphakamisele amabhodi. Kuze kube lula ya. Thank you. Thank you. Those who abstain. Those who abstain. Thank you. Those who are in support, the number is 158. Those who are against,
Somlom,
come again?
Somlom.
Yebo.
EFF is not 20, it's 22. 21.
Okay, okay, let's.
Now, we have been complaining when ukuthi ikhona inkinga. So siyacela usilungisele inkinga.
21 and
Okay,
22.
let's sort that. Secretariat, let's please confirm the numbers that are here.
We are left with 30 minutes.
Uthini Zondi?
Okay. Ilungisile.
Theleze engakaholi nakanye seqoshiwe.
We are changing. Thank you. Those who are voting in support of the recommendation, 158. Those who are voting against, the number is 25. Those who abstain, the number is 1. Thank you. The recommendations will be carried through. Let's move, City Manager.
Thank you, Babu Speaker. The next item is on page 26, item 1.1 from the second report. Request for authority to accept donation of outdoor gym equipment and kiddies play area.
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. The report on page 26 have to be tabled. Have to be tabled first. Councillor Nkosi? Oh, okay. Dokotela udlulile ngaka asitheblishe acting mayor
Sibonge
first.
somlomo. Sidlulisa ukutheblisha umbiko wesibili executive committee. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Acting City Manager Dr. Mnguni, please present the item.
It's on page 26 is item 1.1, request for authority to accept donation of outdoor gym equipment and kiddies play area by the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much. I've got two speakers. Councillor Zama Sokabase, Councillor M.E. Tusi. I think it's I think ngifunda Belinda. Okay.
Ngiyabonga baba speaker. Ngicabanga ukuthi sekubingelele kakhulu kodwa ke ngeke ngabingeleli emakhosini. Speaker si African National Congress siyajabula ukuthola le donation from i-National Department yakwa Sports, Arts and Culture ukuthi izosilekelela ngalama gym azolekelela abantwana bethu nanokuthi ayise endaweni enobupha kakhulu la izinto ezinjengalezi abantwana bethu ebekade bengabi nazo lapha yana eWard 55 eNanda. Siyafisa ke ukuthi abantu bomphakathi bakwazi ukuyigcina kahle, bakwazi nokuthi bahambise abantwana babo.
Somlomo. Order.
Yes, order.
Yabona amakhansela u2 ahamba uzomela kusala u90 lapha. Anizama ukuyilungisa lento ngoba kufanele sibambisane. Please.
Okay. Thank you.
NGO.
Councillor Zama, proceed.
ugwalo saba ugqayinyanga
Bengisathi ke baba speaker siyajabula kakhulu siyafisa ukuthi umphakathi ukwazi ukuyigcina le donation bahambise nabantwana bakwazi nokubabheka siyafisa futhi ukuthi emkhandlweni sikushayele ihlombe kakhulu i-department ye-national ukuthi ikwazi ukuzosilekelela kakhulu ngoba leli komiti libuye liphucwe imali kuthiwe alibalulekile lokhu ke kubalulekile ngoba abantwana bethu kufanele babe khona ukwazi ukuzivocavoca nokwazi ukuthi babe nokuhlangana ngoba sibe stile ne-social cohesion. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Councillor Chosi. Councillor Chosi, IFP.
Bodlankomo acoshe nje ithuba lokuthi sibongele nje iqembu lenkatha owenza kahle okhethweni nakuma by election sengidlula ke lapho njengeqembu lenkatha siyakwemukela uchaso oluqhamuka kuhulumeni omkhulu oluzofakwa lapha kumabhaki kodwa besicela ukuthi nakuba izosizakala izingane zethu ukuthi zizivocavoce ukuze umzimba wazo uhlale usesimeni kodwa into esibheka ukuthi mhlasimpe ngaba ngcono ukuba lolu sizo luzohamba wonke amawadi ingabe iwadi eyodwa ngoba uma ubuka la eThekwini amapaka awasawenza umsebenzi wawo sekunabantu abayidlalela khona okunye siyafisa ukuthi umphakathi uthathe igxathu lokuthi usifakiwe ke ngilasizinda kodwa babe neso elibanzi lokuthi bakugade lokhu okulethwe umkhandlu ngalawo masu inkatha enkululeko esizwe siyakubonga lokho kwenzekala. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are the recommendation agreed? Thank you. Dr. Mngoni, next item.
The next item is on page 28. Interim report on storm damages of 03 June 2024. Committee recommends.
Thank you. Page 28, item 2, right? Councillor Solomon, DA, Councillor Kavenda, DA, Councillor Mkunu, IFP, Councillor Mwango, Action SA, Councillor Mieni, NFP, Councillor Madlala, ANC. In that order, Councillor Z. Solomon.
Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I've got an amendment on the same one. Maybe we can just start with an amendment and see if council support the amendment before we debate it. Can I request?
No, your amendment is on page 31, not 28. It's page 31.
It's the same item, Speaker. It's the same item. The recommendation on 31 is the same item.
Oh, okay. When you palama, you page the recommendation, not the item. Now we are today, so when you pali item, go to group. Thank you very much. Let's say you want to present the amendment. Right, 2.6. The Executive Committee embarked on a regular oversight and report back to Council. Ngifunda kahle mncane.
Aye, we try a con.
Okay, there's a proposal from Councillor Mngango to amend item 2, page 31, then go 2.6. The amendment should read as follows. The Executive Committee embarked on a regular oversight and report back to Council. It has been submitted by Mngango, seconded by Councillor Bega. It complies with our rules. Is the amendment supported? Right. Mngango.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, I wouldn't really expect anyone not to support such amendment. Basically, what we are saying, normally when it comes to flood damages, monies get spent, and due to lack of oversight, later you find out that whatever was meant to be done is not done. So here we are approving more than 400 million for the storm damages. So all we are asking is that Executive Committee embark on an oversight to ensure that what we are asking here to be done, actually it is done. That's all we are asking, so that they can report back to Council, so that we all as councillors, we are on the same par with Executive Committee to say, yes, these projects are being done, because later you'll find the community saying, we were
Thank you, Councillor Mngango. Councillors, let me invite or check those who are in support of the amendment to raise your hands.
Sonpinda futhi.
DA, talk
Mswela
to
ufuna
the
ukwenza
MC.
oversight. Councillor Mswele, so i-GNU.
Thank you. Those who are voting against? Those who are voting against? Order, order. Thank you. Those who abstain?
Let's abstain. Let's abstain. You're right. Correct.
Thank you. Those who are in support of the motion of the recommendation, the number is 88. Those who are against, the number is 0. Those who abstain, the number is 96. Thank you very much, City Manager.
Sorry, Speaker.
Sorry.
PRM abstains, Sorry, we'll go back to the substantive item.
Sorry,
Speaker,
Yes, Nwango.
no one was against. You didn't record that. It means it carried.
No, I'm saying it's zero.
Yes. So I'm saying it means the amendment is carried.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why ngimemezela Maduzakla. Yes. Thank you very much. We will now go back to our substantive item. Councillor Solomon.
Speaker, it's Councillor Govender. Councillor Solomon has exited. My time is running.
Okay. Councillor Govender.
Councillor Solomon had exited as per the earlier LOA.
Okay.
So I will take my opportunity to speak now, if that's okay.
Yes, Councillor Govender, you can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, let me take this
Order,
opportunity.
councillors.
Let me take this opportunity to thank all of our first responders, firefighters, medics, NPOs, businesses, the CIB, SAPs, and the ordinary residents, our neighbors, who rallied to assist us in Tongaat, and those who continue to do so. It is day 22 since this happened, and the aid is still ensuing in these areas. Aid has come in from various parts of the country, and we are very, very grateful. On the report itself, as the DA, we had raised the following issues at EXCO, which is included in this report, but I want to labor on these points. Tongaat has had the toughest times of recent, and to be hit by an F3 tornado was the last thing that anyone could have imagined. But we have a disaster management unit that is supposed to be trained and skilled and adept at dealing with disasters as per protocol. And yet we still can't seem to get things right. And one has to ask, disaster after disaster after disaster, is this deliberate? Now, let's talk about the things that eThekwini could have done better to help our stricken community in the circumstances. We spoke about Magwaveni. If you look at the press releases, you look at the meeting points, everybody has been descending on Magwaveni, which was undoubtedly very hard hit, but it was one of many suburbs. It was not the only one. And unfortunately, to our dismay, the jock that was there, all of the aid that was sent by government, whether it was local or provincial, was centered at Magwaveni. Now, we had asked, when this report first came, when EXCO first had its bite at this, we had asked for services to be decentralized, but still 22 days later, you noted it, but you have not implemented it. The aid being centralized at one point is problematic because for a large sector of various other suburbs, which stretches over 2 wards, it is sometimes inaccessible due to distance or due to the situation that's arising in these areas. And I'm going to unpack that shortly. Now, we have had a large sector of the community who have had to rely on NPOs.
Order, councillors, Councillor Cavendish on the floor, please. Proceed, approaches.
We've had NPOs, businesses, and private assistants that couldn't come into certain areas, and decentralizing a jock would have assisted in aid reaching various areas. Now, in the first few days, we commended eThekwini Electricity, who mobilized quite quickly. But unfortunately, we are still now, 22 days later, where areas are off, have no power for 22 days. And the reasons cited unofficially are the lack of cables and poles, which is causing severe prejudice. Now, the reasoning behind this is, yes, there was a catastrophe and the stores have run out, but 22 days later, we've not made a plan. We've also asked that streetlights be repaired urgently in all these areas because, as you know, looting started not long after this. I'm aware personally of people that are still sleeping in broken homes, huddled in one room, people that are still sleeping in their cars parked outside their homes, just to safeguard what little they have left. We also asked for skips to be made available for the removal of rubble, but how many did you actually send? And I can hear the murmuring across. Are you really listening? This is important. How many did you send? Now, aid has not been reaching individual homes. Another huge gripe is the delay in disaster management putting people on the SASSA database for vouchers, and many feel like they appear to be irrelevant to eThekwini municipality because they live in an urban area, and this is simply not right. Officials do not seem to have a methodical approach to collating this
Councillors,
info,
order.
and in the first instance did not consult the ward councillors. This was made worse by the fact that insurance companies are now seemingly dragging out claims, and this is currently a valid concern by all these affected residents. How is eThekwini going to assist them? Where is the task team in all of this? Many people are displaced now for going on to 3 weeks in the urban and in the informal settlement. And in some cases, roof repairs have only just commenced. People are desperate to return home, but eThekwini needs to treat all residents equally and with the urgency they deserve. We've also asked for a risk analysis of aid being hijacked where it was going, and we've still not received a security report on that. But I have it on good authority that that information has gone to national. But where is the eThekwini report on that? Whilst we appreciate that you heeded the request for supplying the rates exemption and the re-evaluation for the forms for these damaged homes, why did you not see fit to send a team of officials to do physical capturing in all areas simultaneously? But it is labored on to week 3, where your outreach program does not reach. So, I initially also said that the political leadership was missing, because you can't, as political leadership, just visit one suburb when there are 8 to 10 others across 2 different wards. And, don't do this at a time of disaster just for the cameras. Residents waited expectantly, even today, for a high-profile entourage to drive past them and interview them, but it was in vain. You are dividing a grieving community with this divisive behavior. They are feeling isolated, and they are feeling as if they are not being helped, especially in the urban areas. We also spoke about the metro traffic control. It was non-existent or ineffective with the sightseers that were gridlocking the area. Tongaat has been begging for a satellite metro office for years, and yet this is sitting on the desk of the head of metro and his deputy heads. Ask the same unit, how many metro vehicles do they have to patrol the Phoenix, Verulam, Intezuma, Inanda, Tongaat region? Is it 1? Is it 2? Metro Police do have some good officers, but without the tools, services will only be dismal, as we've seen in this disaster. Disaster management also has certain managers who shrug their shoulders but drove around with political activists, not officials, not members of structures of eThekwini municipality or even councillors, instead of speaking to the ward or the PR councillors of the affected areas. So the collation of information appeared to be divisive and strategic. It was slow, and it was not well communicated to residents of a certain sector of the community. And again, as I started, I will ask, was this deliberate? People will remember how you treated them at their worst time. So while fancy presentations come to Exco, the reality on the ground has left very much to be desired. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kavenda. Councillor Mchunu, IFP.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngizoqala ngibonge kubona bonke umphakathi, NPOs, different political parties abafaka isandla ukulekelela kwenhlekelele yasothongathi. Siyabonga kakhulu for this item. Ayikho into ebuhlungu njengokuswela indawo yokulala. Siyathemba ukuthi le mali izokwenza umsebenzi okufanele iwenze. Kungenzeki okwenzeka ngo2022 njoba kusakhona abantu abangakabi nazo izindlu kuze kube manje. Njengeqembu leIFP sizoqinisekisa lokho ukuthi abantu basothongathi bayasizakala kule mali. Siphinde futhi sicele kule ndlu namhlanje ukuthi ibuyise item enjengalena futhi kuze kusizakale nabantu abakhahlamezeka ekhukhuleni zango2022. IFP simisele ukuzolekelela, simisele futhi ukuzolungisa umonakalo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mcingwana. Councillor Mngwango.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Action SA support this initiative because we strongly believe that the victims of floods need to be attended to. And we are hoping that the responsible ESCO members, especially based on the vote, one can say we can rely on the DA, EFF and IFP councillors on ESCO to play oversight, because clearly we can't rely on the ANC councillors. By abstaining, meaning they won't even do this oversight and make sure the money is well spent and we rescue our people who need this kind of support. So as Action SA, we fully support this recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mieni, Acting Deputy Mayor.
Sibonga Somlomo. In any case, constructive criticism is allowed.
Sorry, order.
Order.
Order. She is not acting deputy mayor. She is deputy mayor.
Yeah, acting mayor.
So,
Councillor Mieni.
kubalulekile ukuthi uma ngabe sikhuluma ngalolu daba sibuye futhi sikhulume ngeqiniso lokuthi uma sibuka izinto zama disaster, we are not the only one local government that is entrusted with the responsibility to respond. It's where the DDM take it course. But however, you find that in some incident, there are challenges which are caused by this separation of powers. But Somlomo kufanele futhi sibonge kakhulu ku disaster management. Ukuthi sibonile kukhona umehluko in terms of indlela aba responda ngayo, because even kulendlu silokho sikhulume njalo ngodaba lokuthi disaster management must be improved indlela osebenza ngayo. Kodwa kulokho otho ngathi kukhona okuningi abakwenzile okunye kade beqala ukwenza esikushayela ihlombe. Kodwa kubalekile ke futhi masiqhubeka Somlomo ukuthi siqhubeka nokuimplementa i-city climate change strategy esinayo. Siyabonga.
Councillor Madlala.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Baba Speaker. Ngoba manje ngiphazamisileke ekuqaleni ngithi ngisafuna ukubonga oma beingane la ngizodlula nje kanjalo. Honorable Speaker, ngifuna ukuqala la kugcine khona ukhansela ubungcwango. Kubuye kusiphoxe nje ukuthi obhuti abadala abafana nokhansela ubungcwango kufanele sizoba addressa ngale ndlela la. Kanti abantu esibahloniphayo nje sebeke baseva nakuma ex kodwa uma ngabe sebonakala esenza ekhulume iphinda eyiphikisa kubuye kuxaka. Ngokujwayelekile nje angazi mangaka ama issues Action SA seya abstain kuona la kule council meeting, kodwa siyazi ukuthi enye indlela zokuvota lezo ukabstain based on whatever principle ensuke decide njenge organization ngaleso sikhathi, and asikaze singababelethisa yona uma sebebuza okunye ngakusasa ukuthi sithi hey khumbulani phela ukuthi ni abstainile. Ngizokulinganisela nje kwi issue eyayikhulunywa la yayikhuluma ngama upper limits amakhansela okuyinto ekhuluma ngokunyusela amakhansela imali, bayiphikisa ayinakuba abstain bayiphikisa kodwa kayivimbanga imali ukuthi ingangeni iaccount yakho kanye athi ayibuyele emuva. Okusho ukuthi ke kwesinye isikhathi i-decision oyithathayo based on i-principle ye-organization yakho asikubelethisi yona, nathi ke siyacela ukuthi nisitreat ngaleyo ndlela sidluleke. Isimo se-disaster lesi esibhekene naso lapha ya uThongathi, kodwa lenhlekelela yehlanga uThongathi kuphela. Ngiyamuzwa nje ukhansela uGavenda ecikoza lapha ya ngokuthi usizo lonke lubuka ngathi lusemagwaveni kanjani. Iqiniso limi kanjena, emagwaveni ila sakhe khona isizinda la kuzofikela khona lonke usizo, ebese lolu sizo liyasabalaliswa endaweni zonke ezidinga usizo. Akukona ukuthi ngoba usizo lonke litholwa abantu basemagwaveni bodwa kuphela. Ngiyazi ukuthi khona isizungunyane sikhona sokuthi imvamisa mangabe kunezimwane ezingezinhle khona abantu abajwayela ukuthi wonke amakhamera afikela kubona bacikoze. This time around afikele endaweni yasemjondolo ngale emagwaveni bawakhumbula amakhamera abantu abawajwayele. Abantu basenanda lapha ngakithi komzinyathi kuze kuyoshaya le phezulu komatata bahleze besibuza umbuzo Honorable Speaker ukuthi yini eyenza ukuthi bengenamanzi ngendlela efanayo nabantu basoThongathi abangenamanzi ngayo, kodwa njalo mangabe kufike ongqongqoshe bathathwe bayisoThongathi yini bangakazi bangalethwa emadada. So unaleso sizunguko sokuthi this time around boka sengathi bonke abantu bafikele bagwavena bafikele lapha esilungwini la behlala khona manje bazizwe ngathi abanakiwe hayi ngoba usizo lingayi kubona amakhamera lawa angafiki kubona iwona lawa abajabulela kakhulu sidluleke lapho si executive committee sawuthola lo mbiko sayithola izinto ezayidinga ukwenziwa irresponsibility yethu njengamalunga e-executive committee ukuthi makukhona izinto esasivumelene ngazo ezingenzeki ake ngenza isibonelo nje ukuthi mhlambe besithe endaweni ethiza kuye imoto yamanzi yangaya akufanele ukuthi sesilinde ukuthi kuyoze kube umhlangano ukuze sizobuzana la ukuthi aniletha ngangani imoto kufanele ngabe ngoba ama-officials sihlala nawo sikwazi ukuwafonela nje abantu abane-responsibility yokuphatha siwabuza ukuthi imoto ayiyangangani endaweni baphendule kube ukuthi mhlawumbe ke mawufika la ukuthi ayanqaba ama-officials awuyona i-exco member but ngicela uthuni ayanqaba ama-officials ukulalela imiyalelo ayinikezwa ama-executive committee members akulona iqiniso leli ukuthi nje ufuna ukuthi amentabeni amemeze ngaphandle kokuthi enze into nawo-ke into embi ukuthi ke nhlekelele efana nale sifuna ukuthi sizoshaya amanqaku ezepolitiki la kulo mkhandlu ukathela ugavenda ukhala kakhulu la ukhaliswa kwe-ambulance ngokuthi akuyiwanga esilungwini lapha ngakubo kodwa naye njengoba i-exco member nje akayanga e-Ward 98 lapha eMgababa la abantu nakhona bevelelwe inhlekelele efanayo nalevele lapha ngakubo akayiboni into errong ukuthi abantu abayanga eMgababa kodwa uyayibona ukuthi bakhona lapha ngakubo nje emagwaveni ukuthi basemjondolo abekho esilungwini la bebalindele khona into ye-satellite yaka Metropolis ngicabanga ukuthi kuyiqiniso ukuthi sigeliphike ukuthi isimo sezokuphepha eThekwini kuningi kakhulu ekufanele kwenziwe ukuthi si-improve kodwa lokho ngeke kwabe sekubekwa edolobheni kuphela nohulumeni kazwelonke nohulumeni wesifundazwe kukhona ingxenye ekumele ayidlale kuloko kuyiqiniso ukuthi ezezimali zethu njengedolobha zike zakhandleka kakhulu emva kwalezi inhlekelele ezisivelele okwenza ukuthi ezinye zezinto esasizibekile njengama-plans sithi sizozenza zibuyele emuva ngenxa ukuthi imali siyisebenzisa ukuthi siphendule enhlekeleleni lezi ezehlile enye yalezo zinto ukuthi indawo esasikade siyihlonzile ukuthi sizofaka kuzona ama-satellite aka-Metropolis asikwazanga ukwenza lokho ngenxa yokuthi kufanele si-reprioritize amabudget ethu yingakho nje nezinye indawo esasiyihlonzile ukuthi sizofaka amakhishi aphakela abantu bakithi ukudla singakwazanga ukuthi siyihambise lolo sizo kuzona yingakho nje kwezinye indawo esasiyihlonzile sithi sizolungisa imigwaqo sigcine singayilungisanga leyo migwaqo ngenxa ukuthi silungise imigwaqo eminye bese ilinyazwe yikhukhula siloku siyiphinda kaningi ngakho ke socela ukuthi sibekezelelane kuloko akungenxa yokuhlulwa umsebenzi kepha kungenxa yokwenganywa isimo esibhekene naso njenge-ANC siyayisupporta kakhulu le report futhi siyafisa ukuthi mangabe siresponda ezimweni zenhlekelele ezifana nalezi sikhiphe uqembu sikubeke eceleni sifake kakhulu idingo zabantu. In saying that, ngicela ukubonga kakhulu ama-political parties akule chamber ngokuthi akwazile ukuthi ahambe ayolekelela lapha esimweni senhlekelele both as ingxenye kahulumeni but also as political parties sibabonile befika belethe ukudla belethe izinto ezihlukahlukene njengama-political parties siyakubonga kakhulu lokho engathi ngaqhubeka kwenzeke ngoba abantu bakithi abanandaba ukuthi ublanket alele ngawo umvikela amakhaza unikezwe i-IFP noma unikezwe i-EFF amakhaza kodwa ayavikeleka noma ngabe we-ANC noma ngabe kabani amakhaza nje zilonke ezevikelekile futhi zilonke ezethola iplate lokudla umuntu wakithi wadla ubengenakudla ujabule kakhulu ezezepolitiki siyozenza mangabe sisifika okhethweni siyabonga kakhulu speaker.
Thank you very much councillors. Page 30 the recommendations on item 2.1 are for noting. 2.2 is for noting, 2.3 is for approval, 2.4 is for noting, 2.5 is for approval. Are the recommendations on 2.1 noted? 2.2 is noted. 2.3 is agreed. 2.4 noted. 2.5 agreed. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the impact report.
We finished the export project.
Okay, okay. We huh? Oh, thank you very much for reminding me that we have also added 2.6, the proposed amendment by Councillor Mngango that has been approved by Council. That recommendation is for approval. It's 2.6 agreed. Thank you very much. Thanks for that, Councillor Pulen. We will deal with the impact report, I'm sorry, after we've exhausted all the ESCO report. The thought was still in Bune. It means we move to this. Yeah. Okay. Let me invite the acting mayor, Councillor Mieni, to table the second report of the executive committee.
Somlom is the
The
third.
third, I'm sorry, the third, yeah. Councillor
Somlom
Mieni?
sibonga ithuba sinethulela umbiko wesithathu we-executive committee siyabonga.
Okay, thank you. Speakers. Okay, okay. Thank you. Dr. Mwoni?
Thank you, Babu Speaker. The first item on the report on page 3 is reprioritization of supply chain management unit 2023-24 capital budget to accommodate a critical project for stores. Committee recommends.
Yeah, thank you. Because I didn't receive the list of speakers, I will take hands from the floor for those who want to engage on this item. Please raise your hands. Those who want to engage on this item. There's only one hand for now at the back. You can start. Councillor Kwala.
Hayi umbonanga. Izimbonambi mina ngimnyama kunombonanga.
Asibonane we.
No,
Mbonambi.
ngiyabonga speaker ngikhuleke emakhosana sendunkulu ngibikele wonke amakhansela akhona ngaphansi umkhandlu weTheku nako kweprovince eholwa umphemba Somlomo siyinkatha Freedom Party siyasupporta lokhu okula kule item kuhle kakhulu kuzosisiza nanokuthi sikwazi ukuthi kulezi ndawo lezi sezibaliwe zoba nama shade zoba nama tire change nama spares nama bawza ukuthi inqola iye phambili nalokuthi kuzosave isikhathi ukuthi izimoto maziphukile zingathathwa ziyiswe kude zofakela nje just amathaya nanokuthi ke Somlomo sicelayo ukuthi amathaya azotheka kuba amathaya ayiquality ayiquantity okunye ke Somlomo socela nanokuthi ke uma kuthi phela amathaya lawo amadala asekhishiwe ezimotweni akagcinwe phela uyathathwa afakwe na kwe-auction ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siwadayise ngokwe-auction kube khona inkece encane siyitholayo nanokuthi ke sihlalo besicela ukuthi ngakulezi ndawo nase-south iy'ndawo ey'fana no-Crackieburn nomagabheni ezingenayo lokho kwama-workshop nakhona kufakwe ukuze kuseve isikhathi zingahambi ibanga elide zofaka just yamathaya e-Springfield okanye lapha ko-Phoenix. Siyocela ke Somlomo lokhu akwenzeke kuhle siyancoma siyinkatha siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mbonambi. Any other speaker? Right. Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Next item, City Manager.
Samthola umuntu obambe imoto efuna amathaya.
The next item is on page 5, item 1.2, Approval of accounting policies for the 2023-24 financial year. Committee recommends.
Any speaker on this item?
Agreed.
Any speaker?
Agreed.
Are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
City Manager?
The next item is on page 7, 1.3, noting of intention to award contract in terms of Section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for the provision of home browser and on-road automotive fuel with an automated fuel solution. Committee recommends.
Thank you.
Noted.
Thank you, Acting City Manager.
Speaker.
Any hand?
Noted.
Yes, Councillor. Yes. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This item ticks all the boxes for compliance, from public participation up to issuing letters of intention to award the tender. However, the grey part is that of the contract term of 8 years. The fuel price is not static. It changes almost every 4 weeks, depending on the strength of our currency, the rand. As of last month, there was a decrease in petrol price from 24.70 to 23.46 per litre, and diesel from 21.36 to 20.17 per litre. That was due to the rand, which has recently shown remarkable strength against the US dollar, influenced by both international and domestic factors. As of May 16, 2024, the rand has made incremental gains reaching 18.23 rand to the dollar, making it easier to procure fuel from international markets. Now, this item looks in one direction, a price hike. It does not take into consideration that the fact fuel price is very liquid to an extent that you can save a lot of money if you re-evaluate contract every 3 years. If the rand-dollar exchange rate remains at the same margin as of today for the next 3 years, 2024, 2025, and 2026, that will mean a heavy loss for this municipality. Fuel prices and cost to the municipality would still be around 534 million rand, but the municipality would already be spending 600 million. That sounds like a loss of around 66 million rand. That's an estimate of 3 years. Try thinking about 8 years. Furthermore, the numbers are very funny. In the first financial year of 2024 and 2025, and in the second financial year of 2025 and 2026, the difference is indeed a staggering amount of 66 million. But the rest of the financial years have the variation that ranges between 34 million to 45 million, with each year having an increment of 2 million rand. Focus on the first and second financial years. Why 66 million rand? At this stage of the matter, it will not be easy to change the terms of the contract because there is already a letter of intent to award a tender. So you'll be opening a can of worms for a lawsuit. So it would not be easy to change the terms of the contract. However, it should be noted with great concern that the person or the people doing specifications and evaluation did not care whether the municipality would incur losses or at least get value for money out of this throughout the period of 8 years. And the adjudication, and as for the adjudication committee to give a green light to this, it's mind-boggling on its own. We as a council are now only left with a word, and that word will be a request to the management and administration team to be careful about these long-term contracts, especially where an item being procured has a changing price, because a loss for money of the municipality is a huge provision for a service provider. And we all know what exactly that means in a municipality like ours, which has a former mayor and a city manager in court being accused of colluding with suppliers and a whole litany of white-collar crimes. So with that said, Mr. Speaker, on point 1 and point 2 and point 3 of the recommendation that says we should note, then on point 4 and point 5 of the recommendation saying we should approve and grant authority to the city manager, that is one recommendation ordering us to do two things, which is very confusing. So rather, Mr. Speaker, our caucus will abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker? Thank you very much. Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? The DA abstain. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you. The next report is on page 9, item number 2, direct ESCO report. Indicator exemptions related to the Municipal Finance Management Act Circular 88 reporting for the 2023-24 and 2024-25 financial years. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? Thank you. Let's move.
The next one is item 10. Next one is on page 10, item 3. Ratification of approval in terms of Rule 28(1)A of the Rules of Order Bylaw 2014 as amended with respect to civil funeral accorded to late ANC PR Councillor L. Jim Tembu as per the requirement of the civic policy funeral civic funeral policy. Committee recommends.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed?
Sorry, Speaker.
Thank you. There's a speaker here?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Kwala.
Asibonge somlomo. Sibonge kakhulu kwinqolo emasondo ukhongolose
ngokunipha premium.
Sibonge kakhulu la ngoba usilalelile SFP uma sithi kumeya obekhona lesingazi uhambeleni ngoba futhi besazozenza izinto. Le civic funeral policy ibiyisikhalo kakhulu kuthina njenga IFP ngoba ibingaqondile. Ibikhetha amabala. Kodwa njengamanje ikhomba ukuthi isi finalized sine policy eqondile. Amandla komuntu awadliwa. Awukho umgodi okulahla umuntu ephila. Njobe ngekho nje former mayor umxolo sikhawunda kodwa ngalokhu akulalela kithi sithi cha nala khona ungathi angenza kahle umfowethu simfisela inhlanhla siyabonga siyayinothi item.
Siyabonga Councillor Madlala.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, Speaker. The reason I was raising my hand was was in fact to Councillor Kwala has just made my point, the point that I wanted to make. I think in some meetings before we had agreed that the issues of the civic funerals, we are going to deal with them in committee. The reason for that was that this meeting is open to the public. And sometimes when there are sensitivities around how we debate issues. And one of the issues is that you'll find that a person who passed was one of us. Their family is listening while we are making jokes and doing all of these things. It's as if we are insensitive to the situation of his or her passing. It's for that reason that we requested that when we are dealing with this civic funeral, so that we are able to speak without any fear of contradiction in debating the aspects of the report, not being insensitive to the family of the deceased. I don't know if we had a resolution on that. If not, I think one will sponsor one in the next meeting so that we don't have this situation of us making jokes when we are talking about a matter that we should accord a certain decorum to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Are the recommendation agreed? City Manager.
Thank you. The next item on page 11, item 4, feedback report on the benchmarking workshop held in response to the labor unrest relating to category 10 wage cap. Committee recommends.
Recommendations are on page 12. 4.1, they are requesting that council notes the outcome of the workshop. Is 4.1 noted, councillors?
Mr. Speaker, we intend to abstain on this. Is it all for noting? Is it not some approval? 4.2 says, subject to the outcome of 5 above.
Now, it means now we are taking over my meeting, eh?
Trying to help, sir.
You are now taking over my meeting. 4.1 is for noting. 4.2 is for approval. Is the recommendation on 4.2 agreed, councillors? The DA wanted to say something.
Abstain.
You are abstaining. Let's record that. 4.2, DA abstain. Thank you very much. Let's move, City Manager.
The next one is item 5 on page 12. Request to reprioritize 2023-24 capital budget for eThekwini Transport Authority pedestrian sidewalks project. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation agreed, councillors? There are those who are saying no. Let me get the indication of those who are against.
No, Speaker. Well, ugu request a referral back as an EFF. Due to we've got a briefing from members of the committee that the committee of HSI didn't sit due to ama issues ayekhona nokushota kwama report. And then what they did, they took all these matters of HSI bawasa seqhamuke say direct report from ESCO. So sikubuka lokho undermine ama members e committee because I got the requestile ukuthi ilungiswe lonto. So as EFF, all these items that are coming from HSI committee bawasusile bawa aseqhamuke say direct ESCO report, we want all of them to be deferred back. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kambule. But before I check Madlala, because your hand is up, I do want to respond to your point and clarify that in terms of our procedures and our rules, there's nothing wrong with the council or ESCO receiving direct reports to council. If a subcommittee of council could not meet for whatever reason, that should not affect the work of council. Because if the committee can't meet, but ESCO can meet and council can meet, we can do the work of council. I'm trying to say the proposal we are making and the motivation or the reason that the committee could not meet does not really carry a weight, because council work does not depend on committees alone. There might be other reasons. Councillor Madlala?
Yeah, ngiyabonga kakhulu Speaker. Cha, bengithi ngifuna ukuaphila nje nami ukuthi ama members committee angafili as if they were undermined. There are other sensitivities that we must be alive to. One of which is that this is the end of the financial year, and therefore some of the decisions that could be delayed, understandably, to satisfy the committee have implications on the budget spend, and also implications on service delivery itself, because if you have allocated in terms of your own plans money to this project and you realize that this money is not going to be spent on the project, you find that it's an ongoing project, but you can't spend all of the allocated money. Some of it will cross over to the new budget. You can then reprioritize and ensure that other projects start as well to the new financial year. Now, if you do not do that, you run a risk of, one, affecting those projects, two, affecting our capex as well. And then we'll come back next financial year, 2 months later, and say why we did not spend this capital, why our spending is very low. But we have contributed to that through such decisions. So I'm appealing to the members of the committee to not see themselves as an entity outside of the council. Some of the work that they cannot do, if council has an opportunity, it will do it. That is why we have a provision for taking matters directly to the executive committee. And that is exactly what happened. We exercise oversight at executive committee. That is why the matters are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The proposal from Councillor Ndlovu
Speaker.
is on page 14. No, I'm reading your
No, you want to assist to
No. We don't need assistance. I'm reading your motion here.
You want to withdraw?
Councillor Kambole?
Yes, I'm saying Councillor Ndlovu, due to our engagement is lobbied otherwise. So can you just allow him to speak before you even carry on?
Okay. This amendment was proposed by you, but is written by Councillor Ndlovu. You must stop that, Ndlovu.
Thanks, Somlomo.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Are the recommendations agreed, councillors? City Manager.
The next report, Chair, is on page 14, item 6, request to reprioritize the 2023-24 eThekwini Transport Authority capital budget for community infrastructure project. Committee recommends.
Page 14, item 6, are the recommendations agreed? Thank you, City Manager.
The next one is item 7 on page 15, approval of the 2024-25 strategic risk profile. Committee recommends.
Page 15, item 7. I can see the hand, Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DA would like to propose a reference back of this issue to all committees because this is such an all-embracing issue, the risk affecting all clusters, all departments, all units, and for it to go straight to EXCO of what management has decided without any council in this room other than the 10 on EXCO having insight into it is frankly an insult to the councillors of this council. So our request is that this gets referred back to all committees for consideration by each individual committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You have already provided the motivation for the reason why you are proposing the reference back to all committees. Yes, it has been signed by Councillor Penn, seconded by Councillor CBC. It means the reference back is in compliance with our rules, is for consideration of the entire report, page 15, item 7. Councillors, is the proposal to refer the item back to committees supported? Okay. There are those who are saying no. Those who are in support of the proposed reference back, please raise your hands. Siyabonga. Those who are voting against the proposal to refer back the item.
Kwala. Babuya ubudlelwano. Kwala. Babuya bangani bethu.
Speaker, sicela nilungise inamba su-21.
Right, those who are in support of the reference back, the number is 59. Those who are against, the number is 111. Those who abstain,
Number speak,
no.
numbers EFF.
Therefore, I will now go back to the substantive matter. I'm not sure, Ben, do you want to speak on the substantive item?
Now I'll pass, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much.
But we are voting against it.
Sorry?
We are voting against it, so please put it to the vote.
Councillors, are the recommendation agreed? Right, the DA is voting against. Let's record that. City Manager.
Thank you. The next item is on page 16. Noting reasons for proposed amendment of contract 1H-31143 in terms of section 1163 of the Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003 for Donley Road project. The committee recommends. The report is here for noting.
Yes.
Noted.
Councillors, are the recommendation noted?
Noted.
Thank you, City Manager.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
The next
City
report
Manager?
is on.
Oh.
Yebo sila.
Yebo, Councillor
As
Kwan.
much as inote item, kodwa somlomo iyasihlukumeza lento ukuthi kuleli committee la kwa HSI akekho umuntu osihlalo. Kanti kwakuthenjiswe ukuthi umeya uzoshare le committee. So le nto isikhombisa into eziningi ezikhomba ukuthi ngempela le 70% budget singase sibe nenkinga yokuyi unfolda ngendlela right.
Okay.
Asazi ukuthi yini engenzeka kodwa anibone nje ngoba sesibambisene.
The concerns are noted, Councillor Kwan. Dr. Mnguni.
The next item is item 9 on page 18. Noting reasons for proposed amendment of contract authority in terms of section 1163 of the MFMA under contract 1H142876 for professional team services of the Donley Road. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation noted?
Noted.
Thank you. Manager. Yes, Councillor Ndlovu.
Nale sizoyinota njengoba ingasayanga ekomidini. But ama reasons nakhona futhi sasinawo ukuthi why uma sinayo ama professionals within the municipality siye ngaphandle siyo outsource abantu abazokwenza ama project or project managers. But sizoyinota ngoba phela we cannot note. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ndlovu.
Uqinisile uKhansela uGwala siyacela somlomo. Ke sithola usihlalo lapha noma sikhethe yena uGwala manje ke.
Sekumeni. Owakho mina
Dr. Mnguni.
The next one, item 10 on page 19, approval of the Audit and Risk Committee Charter. Committee recommends.
Page 19, item 10, are the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
City Manager.
Next one on page 20, item 11, noting of reasons for proposed amendment of contract period under contract number 1A-1094 in terms of section 1163 of the MFMA for the provision of legal services by a panel of attorneys. Committee recommends.
Are the recommendation noted?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, City
Mr.
Manager.
Speaker.
Yes, Adipen?
Yeah, I'm speaking on the item for the IFP.
That's why I said, because I don't have a speaker's list, you can just only raise hand and indicate to me as we are doing. You can speak, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter before us clearly speaks to issues of service delivery, financial accountability, and forward planning and thinking. We hope that the city will at some point consider expanding its legal team and provide full-time employment to many of the unemployed law graduates, some of whom have participated in the leadership and job experience programs offered by the city previously. We are also glad that there is a recommendation to enlist specialist attorneys that will assist especially in the area of conveyancing. This will aid the long-time cry of the IFP to roll out title deeds to residents who have been waiting for their title deeds for some 20 years. Residents in my constituency in Phoenix will be pleased by this development as they have been victims of these spurious delays. The IFP fully supports this recommendation and hopes to see more like them. I thank you.
Yeah. Are the recommendation noted, councillors? Thank you. Let's do this now because already now it's 6:06, right? We are closing at 6:30. Now I want to request now the acting city manager, Dr. Mguni, to look at the outstanding item in this agenda, including the 2 in-committee reports, and identify or select items that we can't deal with them in a virtual meeting, that force us to deal with them in a physical meeting, to deal with those items only from now to 6:30. Then at 6:30, we are closing the meeting. All other items will deal with other items in a visual meeting.
Siyaphela Speaker.
Speaker isincane asiqedeleni. Isincane somlomo asiqede. Asiqede somlomo isincane.
Can you allow me to be guided by the city manager?
Isincane.
Wonke umuntu la unezinga lakhe, izinga lakhe city manager. Amazinga efana. I can't be guided by you, Kamboli.
Observe protocol, Speaker.
Belinda,
Security.
thank you. The guidance I'm getting from the city manager is that let's deal with the first in-committee report. It means now we're suspending this agenda for now. We're moving straight to the first in-committee report. We will deal with those urgent matters. If we finish that in time, we will come back or might come back and conclude other items, but by 6:30, we're closing the meeting.
Hey, somlomo kulo mshado ngathi sesihlalela izingane manje. Awukho lo mshado.
Councillors, I will now invite the acting mayor to table. This is the fourth report. The fourth report. Order.
This is
The report has been emailed to all of you.
Thank you, Somlomo.
Sorry, acting mayor. I explained earlier, councillors, when I was reporting the outcome of the meeting of the party whips. Acting mayor, proceed.
Thank you, Somlomo.
Speaker.
This is
Order.
Speaker.
Order, councillors.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Parok.
Speaker, we didn't get your emails